story about how it took me so long to write this song, but they asked me to write their theme song. And their theme was Riding the Wind of Spirit. And I could not, for months, I couldn't come up with anything. I didn't know what I could say about the Spirit that might be something that hadn't already been said hundreds of times. Riding the Wind of Spirit. But then I realized I am from Central Kansas, and I know plenty about wind. I guess I'll tell you part of the story. I went to the Bible. I said, I got to get some inspiration here. It was lucky for me that I found my inspiration in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 2. This is on page 1 in your pew Bible here at church this morning. And it said, and the Spirit moved on the face of the waters, and on the word Spirit, a little footnote went down to the bottom, and it said, wind. And I found another translation, and it said, and the wind moved on the face of the waters. And on the word wind, it had a little footnote, and you look down at the bottom, and it said, Spirit. That's right. So I hadn't known what I could say about the Spirit, but I got my inspiration about the wind, started writing verse after verse about what you could know about the wind that might teach about the Spirit. And then I realized I had to teach this song to 1,000 people in about 1 minute. And so I wrote this simple sing-along chorus. And the wind blows, and the wind blows, and the wind blows. Rise up and ride, rise up and ride. That's the name of that song. Feel the wind blowing, ruffling my hair, moving and filling the air. I see the birds soar and dip and glide, and I want to rise up and ride. And the wind blows, and the wind blows, and the wind blows. Rise up and ride. The scent of the wind and the touch of its breeze, signs of the presence the eye never sees. The rustle of leaves or the howl neath the door, it is gentle and fearsome and more. And the wind blows, and the wind blows, and the wind blows. Rise up and ride. Nightly the light fades and the wind it dies down, and stillness and darkness come over the town. But the movement is faithful, and from birth we have learned that both the light and the wind shall return. And the wind blows, and the wind blows, and the wind blows. Rise up and ride, blowing the clouds from the skies, blowing the tears from our eyes, driving the rain, drying the grain, lifting us over our pain, around us and working in play. The Spirit is blowing to find our wings, and each one decide that together we'll rise up and ride. And the wind blows, and the wind blows, and the wind blows. Rise up and ride. Feel the wind wind blowing, rustling our souls, moving and make us whole and soar and dip and glide, and we want to rise up and ride, and the wind blows, and the wind blows, and the wind blows, rise up and ride. Well, beginning with I was at the Land Institute, and after I did lots and lots of writing out in the country. Probably before I was at the Land, but anyway, I here around, and they're usually up on the tallest thing that's nearby, or a fence post. The main song I knew went something like this. And if you heard one over there, you heard. And I wanted to have words. It goes like this. Oh my, A flat. I'm going to be this metal arc over here, like this. A little metal. Oh my little metal. My turn. Oh my little metal lark. Oh my little metal lark. Oh my little meadow lark. Oh, little meadow lark. Oh, my little meadow lark. And I get close and away. Meadow lark. Little meadow lark. Oh, my little meadow lark. Building your nest in a grassy hollow, you can fly high up, lark. Oh, my little lark. Oh, meadow lark, do sing, finding music in everything. Fly melodies on your wing. Something little gold in the sky, nest. Oh, when I'm low, I will sing of you. Oh, my little meadow lark. Oh, my little lark. Oh, my little meadow lark. Oh, my. I guess so. Some of you, but this is my new hip hop number. I got inspired to write after going to some poetry slam. At the same time, I'd been listening to a lot of beer and pickup trucks and looking at each stuff like that. And so I study, but that's something I don't. Are you guessing what I want? You know, but did you ever ask me? Ask me. Even though you didn't ask, I give you my 2 cents. Because you don't want to miss this. Put on something silly. Feels good when you touch it and when it's Slip between the sheets where it's cozy. Book. Book. Not what you were thinking, dreaming, fantasizing. Doesn't involve drink. It's the one up between your ears. Just see. Read the stories written by great writers, Shakespeare, Chaucer, Dickens. Make your mind expand, and your heart, it'll be clear, crystal clear to clever when you book. Book. Read a book. 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 Read a book. In character development, the turning of the pages, passing of the read a book. 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 Got it afterwards. Book. Book. Read a book. Book. Read a book. Love and walk with me. Windy currents flow through wild indigo. Little water now, but deep waves of green that bend and sweep. Treasures on the seafloor glow, jewels of blue, wild indigo. Blue as your love for me, wild indigo. Sunflowers may be brighter still, and daisies cover all the hill. But as strong and fragile go, choose the blue, wild indigo. Is that wild, wild as your love for me? Blue, wild indigo. Once it was so blue and sweet, blossoming around my feet. Now the blue's a memory, and all that's left are sticks and seeds. Sticks to show it's gone before, and seeds on the future's door. But invisible and sure, the roots endure. Troubles come and make us old. Beauty, love are hard to hold. Give attention, watch it grow. Fleeting blue, wild indigo. Blue, blue is that old deep blue sea. Is your love for me? Bottom of an ancient sea, and see how deep my love will grow, ringed with blue, wild indigo. Okay, we just have time for one verse of our official state song. And I'm so happy to be here, and thank you so much for coming in, and thank you so much. Oh, and thank you all my interns. Thanks to Wes. Thank you, Wes, for making this wonderful place. And thanks to Dana, and thanks to everybody else who's been working on it for so long. Give me a home where the buffalo roam, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Some days home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Thank you so much. Have a great day. All right, I'm violating the rules. I'm going late. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops way above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh why can't I? All right. Thank you.
Check test two test. Check two test. Test.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Prairie Festival. It's a great day. Dry day, and you're really going to enjoy this. Before we get started, let me say first of all, thank you. Yesterday was a challenging day because of the weather, and you persevered and you were resilient, and we appreciate very much your patience. Thank you. This morning we have. Well, let me remind you that the CDs, we are recording the talks, and the CDs are available in the bookstore soon after each program. So keep that in mind. We've got the tents, and the tents have sound in them. So if you want to go there, you can hear the program just great, I think. So take advantage of that. We'll have a panel first of all, and then the Strawn Donnelly lecture, and then we'll take a break, and we'll come back for the concluding 2 talks. So during the break, we'll have Zachary Golper from New York. He's here. He's in Newton right now, kind of bread that he's baked, and he'll have that available for sampling during forward to that. That'll be in the tent. And then Prairie Cox, she was here yesterday to do palookas or chapatis, depending on which label you want to place on. They're Indian flatbreads, and Prairie is from India, and she was going to demonstrate today and make them available for serving or for tasting. So she is back today.
My assignment is to keep order with this unruly crowd to my right. And to do that, I need partly a volunteer. All these guys will talk until the cows come home, so to speak. And I need a timekeeper, and the qualifications for a good timekeeper are somebody who's big and mean, a Trump voter. I'm going to proceed from your right to the left. And I think that's in a political time, that's a good thing to do. So we're going to let Fred wrap this up. I'll say a few things afterwards also. I'm going to go last just to correct the errors that will accumulate when you put 5 old white guys on the podium. If we encroach on who's next in the program, is it Wendell's on the program? That's right. Now, if we encroach on Wendell's time, we all know he's just going to get up and read some darn poem again. We've been asking Wendell for years for just data. Wendell, just give us numbers. Now, I'm going to just say one word. Gary Nabhan needs no introduction, ethnobotanist. Years ago wrote such a striking book, The Desert Smells Like Rain, and has followed that with lots more of really brilliant thinking. Fred Kirschman at the end will wrap up the panel, and then I'll say a few things well, I'm not sure what I'll do. I'll say a few things. And Fred is at the Stone Barn and also the Leopold Center. Ron Cruz has been around the Sustainable Ag movement for really since its inception, and also has done a tour of duty with the McKnight Foundation, knows philanthropy. Jeff Filipiak was the guy last night who cheered when Peter Buffett said something about Milwaukee. And I promised to mispronounce his name, and I blew that. So these are all Renaissance men, 7 minutes per person, and we'd like to open up the floor for Q&A afterwards. So let's start with Gary Nabhan.
Greetings, Earthlings. Let us now praise ecospherian contrarians, and in particular, one contrarian from Kansas who was a contrarian before being a contrarian was cool, and that's Wes. And I think Wes took Wendell's poems about the mad farmer just too seriously over the years, and everyone else up here has been vying to be mad in their own bioregion too. What struck me coming from the stinking hot desert in Arizona is that what Wes's vision was about is far more than whether a single herbaceous perennial crop makes it onto our tables. It's what I think the gift that he's given all of us from any region is this idea of using nature as a measure to design perennial polycultures that keep the soil and what we now know as the soil microbiome in place and thriving, as well as our cultures thriving. And I would say that Wes has hybridized something that has kept perennial polycultures from becoming industrial polycultures, and that's hybridizing the idea of using perennial polycultures in the context of those two wonderful phrases, meeting the expectations of the land, that I believe is from Thoreau, and consulting the genius of the place. And so what I've always been struck by is that the vision is not just about a successful polyculture for the tallgrass prairie, although the crowning achievement so far has been that, but how it inspires all of us from other bioregions. And how many people in this room are from bioregions other than the prairie biome? All of us have an obligation to take what Wes has put out for us seriously in how it plays out with the mix of native plants, soil or microorganisms, and wildlife in our own region. And let me give you two examples very, very quickly. I just came back from an incredible meeting in southern Mexico that I was telling Ricardo Salvador about, because some of his distant kin were the major players there. We're over 800 ethnobiologists and agroecologists got together in Merida, and what they were talking about is how to use the tropical rainforest ecosystem as a model, as our ancestors have done, of viable agroforestry systems, some of which that still exist have 40 to 70 tree species as well as many other perennials underneath them per hectare. They keep the soil in place. They provide an incredible variety of foods, fibers, medicines, everything in a way that mimics the tropical rainforest structure, function, and composition there. And while we've been talking about that we're drawing on for inspiration 2 million years of evolution of the vegetation types and communities on this continent, let us not forget that we have 50,000 years of human intelligence in looking at natural systems, and 10,000 years not just of deviating from from these perennial systems, but many indigenous people did use those systems as models for their own kind of agriculture. And there are still about 300 million indigenous and traditional peoples that make their livelihoods and eat largely from agroforestry systems that mimic the landscapes in which they live. So this is not something of the past. It's not done with. People are still living on this. 300 million people is the best guess of folks that are still living off perennial agricultural systems in this world. And we need to pay attention to them because, as my friend Victor Toledo said, these indigenous and traditional peoples are the memory, the cultural memory of our species. In the desert where I live, about the time that Wes and Marty and others got started with the Prairie model here, we were looking at the model in the Sonoran Desert of 7 different whole life forms, cacti and tree legumes and understory herbaceous perennials in what we call nurse plant guilds. And we started to take crops from there to check for their agronomic qualities and taste qualities. This is about 1976 to when meeting.
Thanks, Gary. That was inspiring as usual. My name's Ron Cruz, and I get to talk a little bit about the work that I've been somewhat involved with, and last 10 years fortunate enough to help to convince some folks with funds at the McKnight Foundation in Minnesota to get behind these efforts. And we're talking about the context within the Land Institute has played such a major role over the last 40 years. And part of that context is inspiring a lot of good hard work in Washington, D.C. and in states around the country to actually bring about more sustainable agriculture policies in the United States. And I want to talk about some of those policies today, but first to give a little context, I was in 1982, I co-founded a group in Minnesota called the Land Stewardship Project, and I'm happy, and thank you, and I'm happy to say that we were talking about founder syndrome these days, and one of the things that happened with that after my 11 years, the organization I left in the organization only got stronger and better, so that's what I hope for this one too. But one of the blessings was that both Wendell Berry, through his writing and his guidance, and Wes Jackson and a guy named Marty did a lot of really good work, including policy work at both the state and federal level. But my other mentor was I got to work for Farmers Union after I did a stint in the 70s for a good Prairie populist Democrat named Jim Aberesk from South Dakota, was a man named Victor Ray. What a wonderful name. He lived up to his name, who was the director of education programs at National Farmers Union. And he guided my work for several years on our board at the Land Stewardship Project. So what was happening in those years, not only in Minnesota, but throughout the Great Plains, where several groups were popping up to really promote an agriculture that we said that we hoped it would become, economically viable, environmentally sustainable, humane, and socially just. And that became sort of the guiding force for our work. And these groups, some of them are represented here. I mentioned the Center for Rural Affairs already. The Kansas Rural Center is Mary Fund here. At least 35 years, something like that. She's been working at it. The Northern Plains Sustainable Agriculture Society. I don't know if Fred's going to talk about it, but Fred was one of the founders of that group. The Illinois Stewardship Alliance, the Wisconsin Rural Development Center, there's several more. And in 1987, a lot of us came together really aware of what was then called the farm crisis, the fact that more and more farms were being driven off their farms, coupled with the fact that there was increasing evidence of all the degradation of the industrial agriculture system. We came together and formed what we called the Sustainable Agriculture Working Group on Policy, and engaged a lobbyist whose name I have to mention. He's one of the unsung heroes of this whole effort. His name is Ferdinand Hefner. Ferd Hefner. We also owe so much to him and all the good work he continues to do, although he's getting close to retirement too. And the fact that so many of us are in that age group led me to realize that we really needed to document a lot of the work that good folks like Mary and others have done. And so after I left McKnight, I got a position temporary with the University of Minnesota Sustainable Ag Institute, and I'm going around in what will be another, I think, a thing I'll be busy for a long time, going around doing video interviews with key people who have been involved in agricultural policy over the last 30 years. And in the course of that, of course, I talked to everybody about, well, what do you really think we got done? And still needs to be done. And I have to put this in the context of here. This work really was around the idea of problems in agriculture. For those of you familiar with New Roots for Agriculture, as Wes pointed out, there's the big problem of agriculture, which we aim to, which is all around solving this ultimately with polycultural perennials, but at the same time, we're pushing efforts to try to deal with the agriculture system we have right now. And fortunately, I'm feeling like one of the good things that happened is that dichotomy between the in agriculture problems and the of agriculture is closing somewhat, because a lot of the solutions that the policies that everybody's working on with the National Sustainable Ag Coalition are drawing on the precepts and inspiration of the work of the Land Institute. So I think that separation is shrinking. And but I'm in my remaining couple of minutes, I want to mention just a few of the policies that have passed that I think are so important. One of them is the Conservation Stewardship Program. That program was started in 2002 with a lot of work by a lot of people, and it's and the great thing about it, it's working lands. It's actually supporting farmers who are doing the right thing on the land. It's controversial because it's not necessarily taking on the biggest problems, but it's rewarding farmers who are doing the right thing and trying to make their farms better every year. It now happens to be the biggest conservation project in the country. 60 million acres are enrolled so far, and this year there'll be another 10 million acres enrolled. I'm not going to have time to hit some of the other ones I wanted to hit, but I also do want to finish up with one of them is called the Outreach and Assistance to Socially Disadvantaged and Veteran Farmers and Ranchers, a long title typical of Washington, D.C. But one of the things that's been accomplished in the last 30 years, not by the National Sustainable Ag Group, but by the Rural Advancement Fund, the Federation for Southern Cooperatives, the Rural Coalition, is that dealing with the injustice for hundreds of years actually, but at least in the 20th century, the fact that black farmers were not getting any support from the USDA that amounted to anything. And they took this on, and I'm happy to say there's still so much to do with it, but at least that's been dealt with. There was a class action suit that ultimately got $2 billion.
Exciting to have a chance as a historic to come here and see the influence of one of your subjects in action right in front of you. So that's exciting to see all you guys out there. I have continued my research studying more on 1970s environmentalism, including John Denver. In my comments, David wanted me to sing, but maybe not. I'm going to mostly focus my talk today on the first decade or so of the Land Institute. That's, again, what I covered in my research. I'm going to open by drawing attention to a couple key connections. The Land Institute has long got support, maybe more so to spread the word about it. For the Land Institute's part and Wes Jackson's part, from the first Earth Day through recent Prairie festivals and land reports, the Land Institute has steadily supported individuals and groups working on environmental issues and often quite distant from the specific perennial polyculture project. So although we focused on how the land in a lot of ways has become more of a professional scientific research institute, it still retains a lot of breadth as well. Also, while yesterday's talks, including that very convenient equation we had from the scientists explaining the influences on Wes, did highlight key strands, I want to remind us not to forget the contingency and the choice. It can seem easy sometimes to assume that things had to happen the way that they did. Different choices could have been made. The present incarnation of the Land Institute has enabled certain successes in certain ways, but others are going to have to take up work on some of the issues the Land Institute no longer devotes so much attention to. Maybe no one needs to work on the newspaper house, but there might be some other things to work on. So I'm going to now run through a bit of the chronology, as historians like to do. So going back to before the Land Institute begins, by 1968, Jackson had turned his introductory biology course into a Man and the Environment course. In 1971, he published the class readings under that title as one of the early environmental education texts. The Jeep, they moved back to the land in 1974. They're exploring alternative, appropriate technology options. They're thinking a lot about Alva Leopold. These are things a lot of environmentalists are doing in the 1970s, and they're very much a part of this. Then they decided to found an alternative school. When they did so, the reading list was very heavy on environmentalist and countercultural readings of the time. They were inspired by the popular Whole Earth catalog, by some of the work of David Orr on environmental education, the New Alchemy Institute, and newsletters from a lot of small organizations which may not have had much of a footprint lasting beyond the 70s, but were kind of an inspiration. Looking through this, the archival material, you can get a sense of some of the struggles that are going on, some of the work of heads and hands digging in the dirt it took to make these decisions. And when I say Brower suggested that Jackson should write a book on the topic, and then Brower's group published the first edition of that book, New Roots for Agriculture. For Wes's part, he'd supported that group, Friends of the Earth, since his time in California, and he later served on its board as well as on the board of carrying capacity. As the years have gone on, even again as the focus narrowed, you still have this breadth here. For instance, the work of Terry Evans, a photographer helping people understand the prairie and appreciate the prairie in a quite different way than the scientific work of the Land Institute does, but always seen as continually important, and someone else who Wes helped find direction and then has helped Wes find his direction. Donald Worster, the Dean of American Environmental Historians, has long served on the board of the Land Institute. It is a pretty impressive connections the Land Institute has to people working on environmental studies outside the sciences. And that's part of projects like Matfield Green have looked to explore things in some other ways. In the 1980s, the movement faced new challenges. Promoting sustainability through government became more difficult. Hopes for sweeping systemic change declined, and so we see a turn towards more individualistic private options. So a private research institution came to seem a better option. We also see, I think, the rise in sustainable agriculture of organic becoming the key concept around which a lot of people thought about sustainable agriculture, which of course has some complications in that. The Land Institute presents a different model. And so does the community-based agrarian vision of Wendell Berry, and which, again, Matfield Green was working to explore. So I want to quickly draw attention to a continual role by Rodale Press, published the most popular environmentalist periodical in the 1970s. This is a group that kept the ideas of J. Russell Smith and Albert Howard alive. Those ideas were an influence on the land. They studied perennial polyculture, as one of the speakers yesterday noted. They profiled Jackson in the 1980 article with one of their writers, Wendell Berry, coming out to write that piece. And so to close up, I think part of what's interesting about the Land Institute's position is there's not a lot of other organizations like this. You think about a sustainable agriculture group that isn't about producing food and doesn't have people acting out, but still provides a model that has inspired a lot of people, including Ron and, say, Seed Savers Exchange, to work on other related projects. Thank you.
Well, over the last couple of weeks, as I was thinking about serving on this panel, and our challenge was to show how the Land Institute had operated in the context of this much larger movement. And so I thought, well, what we ought to talk about then is the two cultures, because the Land Institute obviously is part of a new culture, and there's the old culture, which most of us are still operating in. And then yesterday, the former board members covered all of that. So then I decided that maybe the thing that would be most helpful to add to the conversation today is how do these changes come about? How do we change from one culture to another? And I think that a lot of us often still operate in the notion all we got to do is come up with a better narrative and get it out there and convince people that they should change the culture. But you know, one of my heroes who has influenced my thinking was Thomas Berry, who was a theologian, died a couple of years ago. And in one of his books, he made a very important point, I think, that has really impressed me. And he said, in his book, he said that we should always consider moments of crises as moments of grace, because most of us as humans never make the kinds of changes that we need to make until we feel the pain which drives us to those changes. And so then I got to, and the message that we have and the kind of work that the Land Institute is doing here and that other organizations we've just heard about have been doing, we become so important. Because when the old culture doesn't work anymore, when the old industry doesn't work anymore, then we're going to need to have not only the narratives, but the actual on-the-ground experiences and operations that help us to know the new direction that we need to move in. And that's where we need to be going now. Now, in that regard, I always try to look for some good news, because you know, it's also important for us to maintain our hopefulness, and the hopefulness should be grounded not just in, you know, imaginary kinds of things, but in actual real experience. And one of the most recent publications that really inspired my hopefulness was John Takara's new book, which just came out last November, called How to Thrive in the Next Economy. And if you think about that, how to thrive in the next economy, and of course what he points out in this book is that this industrial economy increasingly is moving in a direction now it's no longer going to be possible. So what should the next economy look like? And then and this is the important part, based on his travels around the world, he discovered that a new economy is already emerging. And it's an economy, he borrowed the term which I think first appeared in the literature back in the 1970s, bioregionalism, and we've used it some here at this conference. And what he points out is these bioregional economies, when you look at things around the world, are already emerging. And more in the developing world than in the developed world, because in the developing world, you know, the moments of grace are arriving faster than they are in the developed world. But even in the developed world, they're starting to happen. But these bioregional economies are places where people are coming together in their own ecological communities, their own ecological regions, looking at their own resources and how can they use those resources in a new concept of growth, where growth is not about economic growth, growth is about the regeneration of life on Earth. And this is already happening all around the world. And so I think that the important lesson for us is, how do we prepare ourselves for how to live in a bioregional economy? And it's that going home that Wes likes to talk about, where we find our home in our own biological, our own ecological communities, and living in those communities in a way to regenerate life on Earth. Not only for ourselves and for our communities, but for our children and our grandchildren, and all the other organisms of which, as Aldo Leopold reminded us, we are simply plain members and citizens. We're not the conquerors. And so this is the transition that we are going to be making, and certainly maybe not some of the old guys like me, but certainly our children, our grandchildren, and their grandchildren. This is the future that they're going to move in, and the hopefulness is that this can be a much better life than the life that we have. As we know now from psychological studies, we like to say this is the best quality of life we've ever had, and it's simply not true. Our rates of suicide are higher, our rates of depression are higher. You know, all the bad things are going up. And so we can have a better life, and that's what we look forward to. And this is the larger context that all of us here are about, and the future that we can look forward to.
Also, a round of applause for our timekeeper. I believe that the fate of civilization and sustainability depends on running meetings that end on time. And so, great job. Phenomenal panel. Thank you. And this is a... These are 4 of the heroes in the movement, but there are lots of you out here in the audience who are doing similar kinds of work. And so this is a crowd of heroes and heroines, and so applause to all of you. I want to add, and I don't need a timekeeper, by the way. This is all going to be about numbers, not poems. When the land was founded, I'm still cold. I've had 4 offers of coats, but the prices are too high so far. When the land, million years, and make it back to 14 or 15 million years. We're now on the 40th anniversary of the Land Institute at about 402 parts per million, give or take. Mauna Loa recorded a reading of 417 parts per million briefly on one day 3 or 4 months ago. We were told, we thought, that when the first debates about climate change began to be made public, we were told that the guardrail for safety was something like 2 degrees centigrade warming, centigrade, not Fahrenheit. At the Paris conference, scientists requested, and people responded, the delegations responded to cut it to 1.5 degrees centigrade warming. We're presently at about 1.2 degrees centigrade, and there's not anybody in this room that could give plausible reasons, as we typically think of those, why we'll stop at 1.5 degrees centigrade. We're on track for 2.5 to 3 degrees centigrade warming, as Bill McKibben and others have pointed out so well. And in this debate about climate and policy and so forth, there are 2 curves. There is the Keeling curve, which is the record of carbon accumulating in the atmosphere. And that's that curve that goes up like this, that sawtooth curve that keeps going up, and that's the one that started when David Keeling went to Mauna Loa at 315 parts per million in 1958. Now we're at 402 and rising at the level of about 2.5 parts per million per year. And then there's that other curve. Think of these as 2 bookends to the rational debate. That other curve is the falling cost of photovoltaics, renewable energy, and efficiency. The clean energy economy, as Tom Steyer calls it, or the low carbon or zero carbon economy. Those are the 2 bookends. And the problem we have is that both of those curves are correct. But one is more basic than the other. The Keeling curve, that remorseless working of the big numbers of the planet. Many of you in the room have pointed out that carbon is kind of the summation. It's the summary of all the other things that ail us, and I think that that's true. It's a symptom of deeper flaws that rest in the culture, but so too are nuclear weapons and robotics and a good many other things. They're rooted in complex things where Western civilization took a wrong turn. Most of those things have been discussed here in this place at some depth and in great eloquence over the past 40 years. And for that conversation, we owe Wes and all the staff here a huge vote of gratitude. That conversation now must go on, and it goes on from here around the world. For our part in Oberlin, what we're doing in Oberlin is trying to take this little town of roughly 10,000 people and make it a model of sustainability, not the model, but a model with all the flaws that pertain thereunto. So the goal is to make a food system that supplies 70% of our food. We've opened a food hub in the city. We've got an energy policy that aims for going beyond carbon neutrality to carbon positivity. How's that for a word? You're just doing better than you have to do. We open in May the first entirely solar-powered hotel and conference center, I think in the United States. I believe that that's true. And that's in a part of the country where sunshine is a theory. And don't get me wrong, we've heard about it. We have pictures of it. But I think we need tangible accomplishments. We need to go from talk to do. And we need to take this conversation across into Main Street so that we're visual creatures, so that some 70%, it is said, of our sensory apparatus is in our eyes. So we tend to believe what we see. The reverse of that's also true, but that's a different story. So we need to make sustainability the default setting. It is the normal thing to do. It's the normal thing to eat local foods, organically raised. It's the normal thing to take care of people around you. Justice is the normal thing to do. And you have to work awfully hard to burn coal or to be unjust and so forth. Let me end this just by saying again that the conversation that has started here 40 years ago, and it built on earlier conversations, as Wendell has pointed out so well, that go back into the arts and humanities and our distant history as a species. Those old and ancient conversations, they've been brought to a fever pitch here. And we have ideas combined with science and humanities, and for that we owe Wes Jackson, who's driven this process, a huge vote of thanks. So I think applause is relevant here. If you all feel that. Now let me do something that's totally shameless. This is an advertisement. This is your commercial moment here. This is the first conference, the first major conference we'll hold in that solar-powered hotel and conference center. It's called After Fossil Fuels, the Next Economy. And this is the book I have that's just out. It's called Dangerous Years. It's available just now for $29.95. Copies are waiting back here. Actually, I'm kidding. This is so serious. Wes is shaking his head in shame. Now, this is your moment. We've got... Wendell has surrendered his time. Wendell, we're grateful. This is comes up with some data. Data, yeah. Wait, Wendell, Gary Nabhan has said if you can come up with some data and some numbers, we'll let you up here. But not another poem, Wendell. All right, we've got. How are we doing time-wise? It's 25 after. We got what? Yeah. Elaine just held up 4 fingers. I'm not sure what that meant. Elaine's my wife. Not sure what that meant. It could mean lots of things. Boy, at last, it took a long time.
Nice work, David.
All right. All right, Con Nugent's going to sing a national anthem, and then we'll just quit. All right. Now we've got. Please stand up, identify yourself, and no comments. We've got enough of that here. But say who you are, offer a question, identify the person here that you want to answer.
For the purpose of time, they have to be multiple choice questions.
Mr. Nabhan says they have to be multiple choice questions. We're old up here, except for Jeff. We're old people up here. All right, over here. Name and then question.
I'm Nathaniel Batchelder from Oklahoma City. The platforms...
I have a good answer for that, but I know that I'm thinking about like the 2018 Farm Bill, and I really think that if we're going to be able to make some more progress in this, we need to have an administration and a woman leader that will be strong on these issues. And if we And if we get that, we'll also probably have a woman as the head of USDA. There's a good woman named Kathleen Merrigan out there. A lot of us would like to see in that position. So that's just a hope.
Is that depending on who we elect as president, we could have a lot more moments of grace. So.
I would say that I think some of the roots of this go back to the rise of conservatism in the 70s, and as I mentioned, in the 1980s, a lot of Reagan administration policies made these more difficult to achieve politically. I know there's a lot of hope with talk about the 50-year food bill and the rise of the food movement that this might rise onto the agenda. It doesn't seem to be happening at present. Things could change dramatically for the better or for the worse. Historians are well aware of that.
White is done with moving people toward a radical center and getting people from all parties and all walks of life to work on collaborative conservation is some of the most important work in a time where this country is more divided than ever. Courtney White, who founded Quivira Coalition, the radical center concept of moving people toward collaboration again is the most important task we have as Americans right now.
We need we have time for one or two more questions. Are we past time?
Sorry, David. Sorry.
Let's take, we're technically supposed to go to 9:35, so let's take one more question here. Is it 9:25? We're on our own time up here. Let's get one last question here. Right. I can't see up there. What? Okay, one question. Make it very quick.
A lot of the recent analysis, I'm Michael Houston from San Marcos, Texas. A lot of recent analyses are showing politics breaking down in a rural-urban divide, education being the primary driver. How do you see that feeding into a renewal of agricultural sustainability?
All right, real quickly.
I want to quickly plug a friend of mine's book. Kathy Kramer has a book on rural discontent in Wisconsin. Also want to suggest that I think right here we have perhaps the most impressive model of philosophical conservatism in Wendell Berry's book that could lead to hopefully some new potential.
So good enough? Thanks to all of you. Thanks to the panelists. Thanks, Rob.
Attention, please. We're going to reset the stage here. We're going to continue. Our break isn't until after after Wendell's talk. So we will just be a moment here as we get some of this off the stage, and then we'll begin. So please be patient with us. If you'll take your seats, please, we'll get started. If you'll take your seats, please, we'll get started. We'll get started with the program here, please. If we can have your attention, thank you. Thank you for the shushers. The next part of our program is the Strawn Donnelly lecture on conservation and restoration. It's a highlight of the festival. And here to, first of all, to talk about the Strawn Donnelly and the lecture that is named in his honor is Vivian Donnelly, his widow, and a Land Institute board member. Vivian?
Hi there. For the last several years now, Wes has asked me to get up here at the Prairie Festival to talk a little bit about my husband, Strawn Donnelly. Wes asks me because Strawn has the ongoing posthumous honor of having the keynote address named after him, the Strawn Donnelly Lecture. And I have to say, it doesn't get any better than this year when that keynote speaker is Wendell Berry. When Strawn first met Wes, he quickly became intrigued by his work and vision and started coming to Kansas several times a year, the highlight of which was often the Prairie Festival. I was stuck at home with 5 growing daughters just going back to school, so I could never join him, but I would get a blow-by-blow description when he came home. When Strawn died, because we were close and shared a lot, I inherited some of his allegiances. This, the Land Institute, was one of them, a big and precious one. Strawn died of cancer in 2008. A little young in my books, but he had a good life. That year I joined the Land Institute board. My kids had pretty much grown up, and I have been here each September since, often with family and friends. This year I have 2 sisters here, a sister-in-law who is a longtime friend of the land and a friend also from New York. Strawn and Wes got each other. Both were readers, thinkers, writers, talkers, dreamers. Both moved in a number of circles, but were truly at home in nature. Strawn was an early and generous supporter of the Land Institute, but he was first and foremost a philosopher. I think husband and dad was up there too, but philosophy was his calling. And that is the level at which he and Wes taught. I'd often call Strawn's office at his Center for Humans and Nature, only to be told he was on the phone with Wes and that they'd have him call me back in an hour or 2. Strawn would be very pleased by the demonstrable progress that has happened here in the last years. He believed in the key importance of the scientific work, but knew it would be incremental, slow, fits and starts, but ongoing. He understood that Wes would not get to sit under that oak tree he planted in 1976. That was understood. That was understood from the start. but I think he would happily register how relatively quickly that planted sapling has grown and started to leaf. Yes, there were tenuous times, setbacks, a crisis or two, but today I don't think any one of us here doubts that the Land Institute itself, 40 years in, guided by purpose and mission, has put out deep, tenacious, perennial roots. Thank you.
And now to introduce our speaker is his daughter, Mary Prairie.
Thank you. Thank you. I used to be a private citizen, but now I'm the director of a nonprofit. And really the co-founder of the Berry Center is here, and she's on my board. And her name is Christy Brown. She's also on the Land Institute's board. And she told me before I came up here that I had to say that you only have 44 days till the election, and you all know people, and you've got to get to work. Happy? All right. So I'm so glad to be here, as I always am. And before introducing Daddy, I would like to say just a word or two about my friend Wes. The Berry Center is continuing the work of my grandfather, John Berry Sr., my uncle, John Berry Jr., and my father, Wendell. I'm influenced by them every day, and I have been for my entire life. I don't think it an exaggeration to say that I have not given I want to say, though, that the other person who has influenced my work every day is Wes. I don't think I've given a speech or attended a meeting without quoting him since starting the Berry Center. Our berry farming program is an education for homecoming, something that Wes talked about the need for over 20 years ago. I met Wes in my late teens, and I think his first sentence to me was, "What do you think about the Mesozoic era?" Or obviously it wasn't that, but it was something like that. And I was 18 or 19 and didn't care. But I felt like we'd gotten off to a rocky start. But I've loved him now for close to 40 years. My father and Wes have had a friendship that I think has been indispensable to both of them. Certainly has been, and that friendship, listening to the talk of that friendship has been indispensable to me. They have spent probably years on the phone. I'm learning that Wes has spent many years on the phone. If my parents' line is busy for hours, we always assume that Daddy and Wes are talking and laughing. In this time of email hacking, I must say I'm like to be my father's child, my parents' child, but even his introduction would differ from mine. And speaking of Dan, he was an intern here in 1981 and wanted me to say to honor Wes, or maybe it was 82, one of those, and wanted me to say to honor Wes that he learned to weld here and enough dirty limericks to last a lifetime. The first time I was asked what it was like to be a Berry child was actually at Matfield Green many years ago. I answered that it had been fine except for the constant humiliation. I am at least 20 years older than I was then, and that much farther away from my childhood. But some things you don't get over easily. Now, my father said to me yesterday that I'm not to say anything nice about him because you all will think that he told me to do it. So I'm not going to. My parents moved to a small farm on the Kentucky River called Lane's Landing in Henry County, Kentucky in 1965 to live and to farm. Even at 7, I could tell that they were going about things incorrectly. that possibly everything did not have to be done the hardest way possible. I went along with my parents' eccentricities without causing too much upset until the composting privy was added to a way of life that seemed awfully close to camping to me. The composting privy was the most well-publicized toilet in Kentucky in the 70s. And I was a teenager who just wanted to fit in or blend in or something. Born into a family of people with all kinds of scruples that required letters to editors, marches for a variety of causes like peace, and actually living the way you thought you should made that nearly impossible. I didn't really think they were wrong about anything. I just thought it would be nice if it could all be less well documented in newspapers. In newspapers, magazines, and books that were published at an alarming rate. By the time I left for college, there must have been a general sigh of relief. I am 58 now and have lived and farmed in north central Kentucky all my adult life. My home is a small farm on the Little Kentucky River. Our old farmhouse has a farmers and land conserving communities. Sometimes I think my parents are amused by it all and have had the good grace to keep it to themselves, mostly. And I have 3 wonderful daughters who have been proud participants in the life and work of a struggling farm community. So this is what I want to say to my father and my mother and my grandparents and the community that tolerated and loved a silly girl who grew up to join them in their love for a place and a way of life. Thank you for making homecoming possible for me and for my children. And I will work for the vision of a healthy, prosperous countryside that has been passed to me from 8 generations of farmers for the rest of my life. My father wrote this poem for my grandmother, Virginia Berry. It is called To My Mother. I was your rebellious son. Do you remember? Sometimes I wonder if you do remember. So complete has your forgiveness been. So complete has your forgiveness been, I wonder sometimes if it did not precede my wrong, and I erred, safe found within your love. Prepared ahead of me the way home or my bed at night, so that almost I should forgive you, who perhaps foresaw the worst that I might do, and forgave before I could act, causing me to smile now, looking back, to see how paltry was my worst compared to your forgiveness of it, already given. And this, then, is the vision of that heaven of which we have heard, where those who love each other have forgiven each other, where for that the leaves are green, the light a music in the air, and all is unentangled, and all is undismayed. I suppose I am giving Daddy's poem to his mother back to him, to thank him and to introduce to you a man who, along with my mother, has never disappointed me, has written the story of the membership that I have taken my place in, and has kept alive in my mind through some difficult and sad times, that what we are after is possible, that we don't win, but we don't lose either. We just keep on. My father, Wendell Berry.
Well, I thought I was as happy as I could get the day Mary was born. And she keeps coming up with bonuses. So, Mary, thank you. It's already been made clear here what an honor it is to be asked to give the Strong Donnelly lecture. And I'm grateful for that, too. We needed Strong Donnelly.
and we have been improved by his commitment and his hard thought and his help. Now, I'm a lot deafer than I was the last time I spoke here, and so I've been looking forward to my speech. Since I already know what I'm going to say, I don't have to pay too much attention. This occasion marks 40 years for Wes and the Land Institute. And this December, it'll be 36 years for Wes, the Land Institute, and me. So I'm here to make a speech, but also to give thanks. I'm sure I've forgotten over so many years a lot of the things I'm grateful for. But I remember enough to recite a long list if I had a shorter speech. To be brief, I'm grateful for all I've learned from Wes and his colleagues here, for the friends I've made here, and for the encouragement and consolation of knowing that the good work belonging to this place was continuing steadily on, day after day. My thanks are multiple also in another way, for my connection to the land quickly became a family matter. There have been many visits back and forth, making Wes's family a subject of interest, affection, and conversation at my house. Tanya and I have been welcomed here many times, and our son and two of our grandchildren have spent significant time here, gathering their own inventories of goods to be cherished and thanked for. As for Wes himself, as much as I love him, I have to say that if I'd never met him, I believe I would still have a full head of hair. But my locks were of a very delicate nature and simply could not endure having their roots regularly sanded off by large abrasive ideas. Wes, I've needed you and depended on you. You've helped me, and I thank you. My talk today is centered upon the thought that a proper economy would not exploit, siphon away, and finally destroy the life of the land and the people. A proper economy instead would recognize, value, cultivate, and conserve in any given place everything that is good in it and worth conserving. To make the economies of the land and of land use something like sustainable, we would have to begin with attention to the difference between the industrial economy of inert materials and monetary abstractions and an authentic land economy that must include the kindly husbanding of living creatures. This is the critical issue. Creaturely affection and care. Then we must look back 3 or 4 generations and think again. From its beginning, industrialism has depended on its own and on most people's willingness to ignore everything that does not serve most immediately the cheapest possible production of merchandise, and therefore the highest possible profit. And so to look back and think again, we must acknowledge real needs that have continued through the years to be real, though unacknowledged. The need to see and respect the inescapable dependence even of our present economy, as of our lives, upon nature and the natural world. And the need, just as important, to see and respect our inescapable dependence upon the economies of farming, ranching, fishing, and mining, by which the goods of nature are made serviceable to human good. To think well of such enterprises and of the possibility of combining them in a diverse and coherent local economy is to think of the need for sustaining all of the necessary occupations. Because a local, a placed economy would be built in sequence from the ground up, from primary production to manufacturing to marketing. A variety of occupations would be necessary. Because all would be necessary, all would be equally necessary. Because of the need to keep them all adequately staffed, it would be ruinous to prefer one above another by price, custom, or social prejudice. There must be a sustained economic parity among them. In such an economic structure, the land-using occupations are primary. We must be mindful of what is or should be the fundamental difference between agriculture or forestry and mining. But until the farmers, ranchers, foresters, and miners have done their work, nothing else that we count as economic can happen. Which is to say that without depleting the fertility of the earth's surface, nothing can happen. And nothing we count as economic can happen for very long if their work is not done well. The land-using occupations, then, are of primary importance, but they are also the most vulnerable. We must notice to begin with that almost nobody in the supposedly higher occupational and social strata has ever recognized the estimable care, intelligence, knowledge, and artistry required to use the land without degrading or destroying it. It is as customary now as it was in the Middle Ages to regard farmers as churls, stupid, mind-numbed, backward, laughable, and dispensable. Farmers may be the last minority that even liberals freely stereotype and insult. If they live and work in an economic squeeze between inflated purchases and depressed sales, if they're priced out of the land market, it is assumed that they deserve no better. And yet there is no person, however exalted, who does not depend on farmers to do their work and in the long run to do it well. The problem we must deal with here is that the primary producers in agriculture and forestry do not work well inevitably. On the contrary, in our present economy there are constraints and even incentives that favor bad work, the result of which is waste of fertility and of the land itself. Good work in the use of the land is work that goes beyond production to maintenance. Production must not reduce productivity. Every mine eventually will be exhausted, but a farm, a ranch, or a forest where the laws of nature are observed and obeyed in use, as given sufficient care and skill we know they can be, will remain fertile and productive as long as nature lasts. Good work also is informed by traditional, locally adapted ways that must be passed down, taught, and learned generation after generation. The standard of such work, as the lineages of good farmers and of agrarian scientists has demonstrated, cannot be established only by the market. The standard must be economic necessarily, for people have to live, but it must be ecological in order to sustain the possibility of life. And if it is to be ecological, it must be cultural. The economies of agriculture and forestry are vulnerable also because they're exceptional in this way to the industrial economy. To obtain the best work in the economies of land use, those who use the land must be able to afford the time and patience necessary to the best work. They must know how and must desire to work well. Owners and workers in the land economy who grow their own food will not likely be starved into mistreating their land, but they can be taxed and priced into mistreating it. And so the parity of necessary occupations must be supported by a parity of income. Parity in this sense is not a new thought, although new thinking may be required in applying it to the variety of crops and commodities produced in a variety of regions. But we do fortunately have some precedents for such thinking. The Agricultural Adjustment Act defines parity as that gross income from agriculture, which will provide the farm operator and his family with a standard of living equivalent to those afforded persons dependent upon other gainful occupation. Perhaps the idea of parity does not need much explanation or defense. If, as now and always, a sufficient staff of land users is necessary to the health of the land and therefore to the lives of all of us, then they should be afforded a decent livelihood. And this, the so-called free market cannot provide except by accident. The concept of parity, as fair-minded as it is necessary, addresses one of the problems of farming and farmers in the industrial economy. Another such problem, more fundamental and more in need of understanding, is that of overproduction. Other gainful employment in the cities escapes this problem because the large industrial corporations do not characteristically overproduce. Overproduction, moreover, is not a problem of subsistence farming or of those enterprises of any farm that are devoted to the subsistence of the farm family. Surplus production is a risk native to commercial agriculture. This is because farmers individually and collectively do not know and cannot learn ahead of time the extent either of public need or of market demand. Given the right weather and the progressive application of technologies, their failure to control production, even in their own interest, is almost certain. This is not so much because they won't, as because on their own they can't. Either because the market is good and they are encouraged, or because the market is bad and they are desperate, Farmers tend to overproduce as much, they tend to produce as much as they can. In the absence of imposed limits, overproduction will fairly predictably occur in agriculture as long as farmers and the land remain productive. It has only to be allowed by political indifference prescribed by the evangels of the free market. For agribusinesses, the low price attendant upon overproduction is the greatest benefit. As for farmers, it is the singular cruelty of the current agricultural economy. Farm subsidies without production controls further encourage overproduction. In times of high costs and low prices, such subsidies are paid ultimately and quickly to the purchasing corporations. This version of a farm economy pushes farmers off their farms. By increasing the wealth of urban investors and shoppers for country places, it increases the price of farmland and of the land's cash rent value, making it impossible, especially for small farmers or would-be small farmers, to compete on the land market. Young people wishing to farm are crowded to the economic margins and to the poorest land, or to no land at all. Meanwhile, overproduction of farm commodities implies overuse and abuse of the land. The traditional home economies of subsistence, while they lasted, gave farmers some hope of surviving their hard times. This was true especially when the chief source of energy was the sun and the dependence on purchased supplies was minimal. As farming became less and less subsistent and more commercial, it was exposed ever more nakedly to the vagaries and the predation of an economy fundamentally alien to it. When farming is large in scale, is highly specialized, and all supplies are purchased, the farmer's exposure to the economy is total. A food economy staffed by producers who are always fewer and older, whose increasing dependence on industrial technologies puts them and their land at ever greater risk, obviously cannot feed without limit an increasing population. In a natural ecosystem or on a conservingly managed farm, the fertility cycle may turn from life to death to life again to no foreseeable limit. By opposing to this the delusion of a limitlessness exclusively economic and industrial, the supposedly free market overthrows the limits of nature and the land. It must finally overthrow productivity itself. When agricultural production is not controlled by a marketing cooperative, such as the tobacco program once was in my part of the country, the market becomes, from the standpoint of the farmers, a sort of limitless commons, of which the inevitable tragedy is inherent in its limitlessness. In the absence of any imposed limit that they collectively agree to and abide by, all producers may have as large a share of the market as they want or can take. Only in this sense is the market to them free. To limit production as a way of assuring an equitable return to producers is assuredly an abridgment of freedom. But freedom for what? For producers, it is the freedom to produce themselves into bankruptcy, to fail, that is, by succeeding. For the producer, it is the freedom to destroy the producers as a normal and acceptable expense. The only solution to the tragedy of the limitless market is for the producers to divide their side, the selling side of the market, into limited fair shares for all by limiting production, which is exactly what the tobacco program accomplished in my region. By preventing the farmers' overuse of the market, it prevented as well the overuse of the land. Another outlook upon the agricultural tragedy of the market is political. And how was the by now entirely dominant political position on the agricultural free market defined? In the middle of the last century, think tanks containing corporate and academic experts laid down the decree that there were too many farmers. They decreed further that the excess should be removed as rapidly as possible, and that the instrument of this removal should be the free market, all price supports and production controls being eliminated. The assumption evidently was that the removed farmers would be replaced by industrial technologies recommended by the land-grant universities and supplied by the corporations. This, moreover, would be the program of the highest scientific and economic repute. It would institute an evolutionary process that would unerringly eliminate the least effective producers. Only the fittest would survive. In short, by granting a limitless permission and scope to the free market and technological progress, which, like all other evolutionary sequences, is assumed to work invariably for the best, politicians, by doing merely nothing, could rid themselves of any concern for farmers or farmland. Against this heartless determinism, it is useful to remember that it was the aim of the Burley Tobacco Program to include and help every farmer, even the smallest, who wanted to grow the crop. The difference was in the minds of the people whose work during 4 decades at last shaped an effective tobacco program. Those people, unlike the experts of the mid-century think tanks, were giving actual thought to the needs of farming and farmers, rather than the needs of the corporate free market known as the economy. The doctrine of too many farmers has never been revoked. No limit to the attrition has been proposed. The related problems of low prices and overproduction were solved for about 60 years in my part of the country in the only way they could be solved, by a combination of price supports and production controls. This was the purpose and the work of the tobacco program as a part of Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal. I need now to look more closely at this program, not as the brightest public occurrence in the history of my home countryside, but in terms of the suitability of its economic strategy to farming everywhere. The version of the tobacco program in this region was the Burley Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association. And here I must acknowledge that this organization, and more than the organization, its economic principles, have had the allegiance and the service of members of my family for 90 or so years, and Mary pretty much reviewed that history a minute ago. Under this program, support prices for the various grades of tobacco were set according to a formula for assuring a fair return on the cost of production. Production was controlled by allotting to each farm according to its history of production, at first an acreage and later a poundage, that would be eligible for price supports under the program. The combined sum of the allotments for each year was determined by the supply of tobacco worldwide that was available for manufacture. To buy a protected crop or a portion thereof, a purchaser had to bid a penny a pound above the support price. The government's assistance to the program consisted of a loan made annually against the crop, which permitted the program to purchase, store, and resell the portion of any year's crop that did not earn the extra penny a pound, which, thanks to the loan, would be purchased by the association and the grower paid at the warehouse. That was the critical part of the solution. The cost to the government was only administrative until, in response to protests, this cost was charged to the farmers, and the program then operated on the basis of no net cost. The point most needing to be made is that parity of pricing under the tobacco program was in no sense a subsidy. It did not involve a grant of money, a government giveaway, or a public charity. The concept of parity was used by intention to prevent government subsidization. Its purpose was to achieve fair prices, fairly determined, and with the most minimal help from the government. My father defended parity as an appropriate incentive. It accords, he said, with our way of life, and it gives real and tangible meaning to the philosophy of equal opportunity. He thought of direct subsidy payments as virtually opposite to parity and an abominable form of regimentation. During the 6 decades of its life, the Burley Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association helped to keep farm families on their farms and gainfully employed in Kentucky, Missouri, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia. One measure of its success was the decrease of farm tenancy among the growers from 33% in 1940 to 9% in 1970. Some of that original population of tenant farmers undoubtedly died, and some left farming during those years, but most of them ceased to be tenants by becoming owners. This was a major, a defining event in the lives of a considerable number of worthy people that I knew. The members of the association overwhelmingly renewed their support in referendum after referendum. The Burley Association was thus truly a commons and a common good, based not only upon correct political and economic principles, but also upon the common history and culture, and thus upon the understanding consent of its sharers. So complete was the understanding of the members that in 1955, because of an oversupply of tobacco in storage, they voted for a 25% reduction of their allotments. On April 8, 2016, my neighbor Thomas Grissom, by far the best historian of the association, wrote in a personal letter to me, After years of research, I have concluded that the most distinctive characteristic of the Kentucky Tobacco Program is its design and application of an industrial agriculture commodity program to the cultivation and production of an agrarian crop indigenous to an agrarian society. I think that Tom's perception is exactly right, and that he found the right and necessary terms. Burley tobacco, despite the dire health problems that it was found to cause and the consequent disfavor, was very much an agrarian crop. It was characteristically and mainly the product of small family farms, produced mainly by family labor and exchanges of work among neighbors. It was for a long time the staple crop, the money crop, in a highly diversified way of farming on landscapes that typically required considerate and affectionate care. As long as the market paid highly for high quality, which it finally ceased to do, tobacco production demanded, and from its many highly competent producers, it received both conscientious land husbandry and a fine artistry. Well, David wanted some data. In 1970, an acre of tobacco required 342 hours of work, mostly non-polluting, and most of that work requiring attention to the crop plant by plant, and finally leaf by leaf. An artist couldn't have had a better upbringing than in the midst of a community in which everybody was an artist. Two systems of economic life could hardly be more directly opposed than those of industrialism and agrarianism. Industrialism regards mechanical or technical functions as ideal. It rates its accomplishments by quantitative measures. Though it values the prestige of public charity, it is motivated necessarily by the antisocial traits that assure success in competition. Agrarianism, by contrast, arises from the primal wish for a homeland or home place, the wish, in the terms of our tradition, for the freedom and independence that come with the use of a place, a parcel of land, however small, that one owns and is owned by. Agrarianism grants its highest practical value to the good husbandry of the land. It is motivated to an extent effective and significant by neighborliness, family loyalty, and devotion to the coherence and longevity of communities. As long as it has a sufficiency of natural resources and remains free of any imposed restraint, an industrial economy, by its inevitable failure to restrain itself, will dominate and destroy an agrarian economy, no matter that the agrarian economy is indispensable to a continuing supply of resources. This defines precisely the need for, in my friend Tom's words, the design and application of an industrial agricultural commodity program to the cultivation and production of an agrarian crop indigenous to an agrarian society. For a while, the Burley Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association, never mind the deserved infamy of tobacco, did preserve a sort of balance between the interests of industrialism and agrarianism, which prevented their inherent difference and opposition from becoming absolute and thus absolutely destructive of the agrarian society. This balance was fair enough to the industry, and it permitted the growers to prosper. The program worked, in fact, to the best interest of both economies. That doing nothing for farmers and almost nothing for cropland has been official government policy for the past 6 decades, there is no reason to doubt. In 1995, for example, President Bill Clinton spoke to an audience of farmers and farm leaders in Billings, Montana. He acknowledged that the farm population by then was, as he said, dramatically lower than it was a generation ago. But he said that was inevitable because of the increasing productivity of agriculture. Nevertheless, he wanted to save the family farm, which he held to be alive and well in Montana. He believed we had bottomed out in the shrinking of the farm sector. He said he wanted to help young farmers. He spoke of the need to make American agriculture competitive with people around the world, and so on. He could not have meant what he said, because he was speaking without benefit of thought. And why should he have thought when he was not expected to do so? He was speaking 40 or 50 years after politicians and their consulting experts had abandoned any effort to think about agriculture. Inevitable is a word much favored by people in positions of authority who do not wish to think about problems. When and why did Mr. Clinton in 1995 think that the inevitable shrinking of the farm sector had ceased? In fact, the farm sector had not bottomed out in 1995. There is no good reason to think that it has bottomed out at less than 1% of the population in 2016. Mr. Clinton was talking nonsense in Billings in 1995 because he had not in himself and could not have had from his advisors the means to think about what he thought he was talking about. The means of actual thought about the use and care of the land had been intentionally discounted and forgotten by people such as themselves. The people who decided in the middle of the last century that there were too many farmers had in fact no agricultural knowledge or competence upon which to base such a decision. They and their successors certainly had not the competence to assume any responsibility for or in any way to mitigate the communist scale displacement of about 20 million farmers. Farming is one of the major enactments of the connection between the human economy and the natural world. In the industrial age, farming also enacts the connection, far more complicated and perilous than industrialists admit, between industrial technologies and living creatures. Some science certainly needs to be involved, also more and better accounting. But good farming is first and last an art, a way of doing and making that involves human histories, cultures, minds, hearts, and souls. It is not the application by dullards of methods and technologies under the direction of a corporate academic intelligentsia. If we should want to revive or begin in a public way the actual thinking about agriculture, farming itself, farming as such, that has actually taken place in some cultures, that is still taking place in some small organizations and on some farms, what would we have to do? We would have to begin, I think, by giving the most careful attention to issues of carrying capacity, scale, and form, to issues of production, of course, but also, and just as necessarily, to issues of maintenance or conservation. The indispensable issue of conservation would apply not just to the farm's agricultural resources, but also to the ecosystem that includes the farm and to the waterways that drain it. I think, moreover, that this attention to issues must be paid always outdoors in the presence of examples. The thing of greatest importance is to think about the land with the land's people in the presence of the land. Every theory, calculation, graph, diagram, idea, study, model, method, scheme, plan, and hope must be caught firmly by the ear and led out into the weather. Onto the ground. It is immediately obvious that this effort of thinking has to confront everywhere the limits, both of nature and of human nature, limits imposed by the ecosphere and ecosystems, limits of human intelligence, human cultures, and the capacities of human persons. Such thought is authenticated by its compatibility with limits, its willingness to accept limits and to limit itself. This will not be easy in a time overridden by fantasies of limitlessness. The pipe dream of limitlessness may be the only unifying theme of our age. We have the apparent endlessness of facile talk about limitless economic growth. We have the so far limitlessness of space exploration, particle physics, and other public charities for the intellectually overfed. A market limitlessly usable by sellers and limitlessly exploitable by buyers is merely normal in such a time. And limitlessness is the common denominator of both of the dominant political sides, both of which tend to refer to limitlessness as freedom. We have the liberal freedom of unrestricted personal behavior and the conservative freedom of unrestrained economic behavior. These two freedoms are more alike, more allied, and more collaborative than either side will acknowledge. People who live in the countryside, in places disfavored as open or empty, know by hard experience that industries are bad neighbors exactly because the logic of their purpose entails no limit upon their effects. They are neatly conformed to their products and their profits, while their neighborhood suffers the overflow of their violence, their pollutants, and their noise. These abuses have been customarily tolerated or defended or promoted by both political sides. Conservatives and liberals alike, moreover, have consented to the destruction by competition of small enterprises that would fit convivially into neighborhoods. This so far limitless damage occurs because of our instituted failure to adapt our economic life to the places in which and from which we actually live. Opposition to the industrial economy's ravaging of the landscapes of farming, forestry, and mining now comes from a small and scattered alliance of agrarians, not from liberals or conservatives. If any thought is involved in the liberalism of anything goes, it must be that limitless personal freedom is a valuable legacy to be promoted and handed down, and that as such it compensates for the attendant social disorder. And this is close to the apparent calculation of laissez-faire conservatism, that some are limitlessly rich is a guarantee that everybody is free to be limitlessly rich. Whatever the justification, both the personal and the corporate programs are now popularly authorized to overrule any communal or social responsibility. These positions involve no thought and can solve no problems. Conservatives and liberals disagree passionately about climate change, for example, while mutually assenting to the waste and pollution that are the causes of climate change. And neither the conservatives who esteem the fossil fuels nor the liberals who deplore them have advocated rationing their use, either to make them last or to reduce their harm. For these people, the old ideas of enough and plenty have been overruled by the ideals of all you want and all you can get. They cannot imagine that for farmers, a limitless market share, like a limitless appetite, can lead only to the inevitable disease of too much. Science, absent moral limits in the scientists, seems to be limitless, for it has produced nuclear and chemical abominations that humans, with their very limited intelligence, can neither limit nor safely live with. Anything goes and stop at nothing are the moral principles that some scientists have borrowed apparently from the greediest of conservatives and the most libertine of liberals. The faith that limitless technological progress will finally solve the problems of illimitable contamination is at best indefinitely dependent on the future. I ought to stop here and say I think the Land Institute has followed a much better kind of science, and much better simply because it takes place within understood and accepted limits. I just don't expect the people here to produce a great explosion in pursuit of the truth. I don't expect them to produce a great cloud of poison gas in pursuit of the truth. The good care of land and people, on the contrary, depends primarily upon arts, ways of thinking. The trend of the landscape is toward monotype. This form can be adequately described as the straightest, shortest line between input and income. All else is left out or denied. Such a form yields nothing to its whereabouts. It is placed upon whatever landscape merely by imposition, as a cookie cutter is imposed upon dough. In its simplicity and rigidity, such a form is bad art, congenial or merely different or opposed. On a farm made whole by the high artistry of farming, each part is both limited and enabled by the others. This harmonious balance, I should not need to say, cannot be prefabricated. It can be realized only uniquely within the boundary of any given farm, according to the natures and demands of its indwelling plants and animals, and according to the abilities, needs, and wishes of its resident human family. Wherever this is fully accomplished, it is a grand masterpiece to behold. Well, thank you. I was hoping to use up more time than, but you know, if I haven't answered all the questions, but then the problems are just bringing on another, as Mary is very well aware of, bringing on another problem to be solved, which would be the overproduction of hemp. So the conversation has to go on among people at meetings like this, and then it has to continue among people at meetings like this when they go home. Agriculture can't compete with industry. The joke on industry, of course, is that if it kills agriculture, it can't live either. But they haven't thought that far. They can't think that far because the prevailing convention is a rather well elaborated convention of not knowing, the absence of education, which of course is now promulgated widely in institutions of education. So it'll have to come from a developed understanding at the grassroots, and that's where the tobacco program came from, that kind of highly developed understanding of a need, and then a highly developed understanding of the solution that was promoted by people making a lot of speeches. Well, all we need to do to help language, all that cause asks of us is first to know what we're talking about, and second, to know exactly what we're talking about. That is to say, in detail. We need to be able to get to the details, to the particulars. And the rule is the same. From the laboratory to the court of law to, I don't know, I had a collection of 10 different kinds of justice. And invariably it was bad language. It was slogan talk. Sexual justice, gender justice, food justice, climate justice, retributive justice, merciful justice. I don't know. But you need to examine the system of justice that we have in this country that works badly sometimes. The way things that humans do work badly sometimes. But if I accuse you of murder, you see, I just can't do it right off the podium here. I had better, you're not going to take that lying down, you see. You're going to appeal to the system of justice. And if I mean it, I'd better be there with my evidence, just like the scientist had better be there with his evidence. I've just been reading a book called Dreamland by a writer named Sam Quinones about dope. And this is rather bad news for scientists. Somebody wrote a not very well supported letter to some journal of medicine saying that if you gave heroin derivatives and so on as painkillers to people who were in pain, the pain would neutralize the high, and so you wouldn't have any addiction. And it became a great fashion and fad of prescribing dope, painkillers. There was a guy in South Shore, Kentucky, opposite Portsmouth, who was a famous prescriber of painkillers, and he had long lines at his office, blocks long. Well, you see, this comes down to a very flimsy science, and the mistreatment of the flimsy source of the science to start with. Well, language is asking us to do better. If we're going to understand each other, we've got to do better. We've got to get down to the details. And isn't that right, David? That's what scientists do. They examine the details. And data, yes. But now data, you see, is another term that's misused. It has a kind of prestige as a collective noun. Science. Oh, Porter has a terrible reputation, even with me. But the point is that the scientists are scientists insofar as they can consider a datum. Is that not correct? All right. Is that enough? Oh. Now this lady had her hand up first. Who's listening now? I heard every word except the key word, which is typical of me. This is causing a lot of trouble for me at home. Well, cities don't exist by themselves, and that's the first thing that needs to be said about them. They live off the countryside. They're learning to live somewhat off their vacant lots and so on, and that's very good. From that kind of stuff, this urban gardening, urban farming and so on, we're going to get a cadre, maybe, of urban people who know where their food comes from and so on, and something of what's required for them to have it. But that conversation needs to happen, and it's happening maybe at its best at public food markets. What do they call them? Farmers markets, yeah. What was that last one? What do you call it when you rotate? Yeah. Well, it's terrible for a person to have to stand up and display his weaknesses in public. But anyway, this takes me back to conversation, and it takes me back to the importance of history. We've got to start talking about history. We're talking all the time about future. The future. Everybody's selling the future. Donald Trump and the climate changes and everybody. And I'm nominating the future for the biggest distraction. We've got, if we will get some kind of handle on these problems by studying history, about knowing how they came about. The really wonderful black writer Ernest Gaines said in an interview with somebody, we're talking about ourselves if we don't have any history. As if you can start one of these terrible contentions between the races and solve it somehow without knowing any history. But these people come from someplace, and they came for reasons. Think of it, what it meant to Southern black people who were farmers or farm hands when those big machines drove into the cane and the cotton fields, and they were suddenly obsolete, nowhere to go except the cities. Happened in the coal fields to the mostly white population there. The big machines came into the mines. All of a sudden, a lot of people were obsolete. Nowhere to go, and they went into the cities where they didn't know how to live. All this needs to be gone into in detail. And, the governor of Kentucky now has become famous for denigrating French literature as a subject. And then the lieutenant governor produced the reliable echo that there was nothing to this history either. So I think your question needs to be answered. Well, it's a complicated subject. Now, no, wait a minute, I'm not hearing that.
Can you relate your thoughts on limits and limitations to the human population?
Well, you see, that was another fad that we were all worried about, the future. We were going to pile up on each other and suffocate. Everybody worried about it, but nobody knew what to do about it, and they probably still don't, except something brutal. I don't know what to do about limiting human population. Tanya and I contributed a little by limiting our own population. Maybe we shouldn't. I don't. People sometimes say to me when I'm praising the Amish, they have a lot of children, don't they? And I say, well, you better believe it. You better hope so. So, I remember civil defense when millions of dollars were spent on backyard bomb shelters, escape routes, organizing ways to survive nuclear holocaust. Well, we still got to have ways to survive nuclear holocaust. I reckon they haven't. They still got the bombs, and they're getting into stupider venues all the time. But that's not popular now. So why do we have to do these things one at a time? Why do we be stupid until we get right up to what we call a crisis? And then everybody loses their minds about that one thing. We had visitors the other Sunday who were fighting a coal ash dump on the Georgia coast, where the land is low, extremely vulnerable, overlying aquifers. It's the old story. This outfit called Republic wants to put in this installation. The biggest stockholder in Republic is that great environmentalist and humanitarian Bill Gates. This is biblical. Don't let your left hand know what the right hand is doing. But anyway, in the midst of our conversation, he said, why couldn't they dump it in the desert? And Tanya said, the desert is alive, and he hadn't thought of that. And what this raises for me is the need to approach these matters on a broad economic front. You don't finally get to economy. I don't like economics. On a broad front. Economy would not permit this coal ash to be produced in the first place, let alone offer you the choice of putting it in the coast or in. What we've got to do is gather these. You've got to see the connection between use, for instance, and global warming. We've got to see the connection with my only concern is that we must population, and that's why and you get might be
Thank you, Wendell Berry. We'll take a 15-minute break. That would put us back here at about bread. Zachary Gopher's bread is in the white tent just behind us here, and we've got Cox making Chipotle's over. Hello? Let's return to our seats. We'll get started here just momentarily. Please find your seats. Please come into the barn and find your seats. We're about to get started, so if you'll come back to the barn and grab your seats. Thank you. We are a bit off schedule this morning, and so and we realized that some of it is showtime in the big barn. Okay, if I could have your attention, please. Attention, please. We have two talks left this morning, and we are behind schedule, and we recognize that some people have travel plans or other commitments, so we do want to try to get this show going again promptly. And our next speaker actually has asked for no introduction, and indeed, he needs no introduction. It is our co-founder and president, but only for the next 5 days, of the Land Institute, Wes Jackson.
Yeah. With two men sitting on their haunches on a lawn, each holding a stick, roasting a weenie. We had no money. Those three were absolutely essential in our hearts and in our minds about a future, and they were, I will say, all good sports. They all milked the cows. In that time of the weenie roast, I'd been thinking about starting a halftime, reading, thinking, discussing, the other halftime hands-on, and I described that to John Simpson as we're sitting there with our weenie sticks. I said, I've been thinking about a school. And he said, if you want to start a school, I'll help you. A day or two later, he led me to Dean Evans of Evans Grain, where at the urging of Dean's son, Sam, and Sam, would you please stand? Sam Evans. We had about $9,000 committed. And that was before the legal work for this nonprofit status was done. And then once the tuition of the first session students arrived, altogether we had around $15,000 to meet all the expenses, including my salary. Well, the interns arrived in late August, and we set to work half time with heads, half time with hands. 6 weeks after we started up on a Sunday morning, the yet-to-be-insured classroom burned to the ground, taking all of our books and tools. The interns refused my offer to return their tuition. You heard that yesterday from some of our. They were available free, and a local farmer, helped me load them, bring them out, and we began to build back. There were so many people that helped at so many levels. So many were involved. We called them the Friends of the Land. And my then wife Dana wrote thank you notes, prepared various meals, organized weekend potlucks for community members who came to help on weekends. And these founding Friends of the Land made up the early consecrated constituency. The interns had various projects: wind machines to light the classroom, solar collectors, wood-burning barrel stoves for classroom heat. And by the way, one of the barrel stoves is right out here by that cow barn. Stood helpless on the classroom's north porch, watching a wind machine whose governor had failed. We watched the blade shake the 90-foot-high pole, along with the 400-pound 1930s Jacobs generator perched on the top. The cables quivered, but they held. Within minutes, the blades flew into the distance. And I imagine all members of this new group on their first day at the Land Institute thinking, sustainable energy indeed. House didn't work. An adobe structure didn't work either. And all that did well was the garden and the bees. So it was a time in those early years of interns, a time of bicycles back and forth to the students' low-price digs in town. One couple stayed in a barn loft. Another student had a hay bale solar house with a small wind machine for lights. Lots of long hair, not for me. Food, or maybe we were. Most of us had been moved by the tragedy of the Vietnam War. A president who said he was not a crook. David and Will Orr's Meadow Creek Project, the Center for Rural Affairs, the Rocky Mountain Institute, started by Amory and Hunter Lovins. That's just to name a few. Later came the Corvera Coalition, and then there were the movements, Slow Food, Slow Money, and we have two slow food, slow money people here today. So we were activists. When the need arose, we opposed the building of the Wolf Creek nuclear power plant at Burlington. One of our interns placed herself across the track when they were delivering the reactor vessel. And by the way, it has continued to this century to take on what seemed to be necessary at the moment. Under Nancy Jackson's leadership, we added the Climate and Energy Project, which was, among other purposes, to stop what would have been the largest coal-fired plant west of the Mississippi River near Holcomb, Kansas. It has not been built. We became the identifying, or what became the identifying signature of our work came less than a year after our 1976 startup. And I'd been reading the 77 General Accounting Office study about the use of funds for the Soil Conservation Service. And from that report, it appeared to me at the time that soil erosion was about as bad in 77 as when the Soil Conservation Service was started in the 1930s. And shortly thereafter, the students and I took a field trip led by the late Kansas State ecologist Lloyd Hulbert to what became the cons of Prairie near Manhattan. The Prairie showed little evidence of soil erosion, no discernible use of fossil fuels to sustain it, no industrial chemicals, and the contrast between annual grain agriculture and nature's millennia of years of perennial polyculture prairie caused me to wonder about the possibility of a perennial grain polyculture for agriculture. Well, that early thinking led to a 78 essay, The Search for a Sustainable Agriculture. I first called it The Search for a Permanent Agriculture because I'd been reading some Catholic literature about permanence being one of the virtues, and I got thinking, well, nothing is permanent. So then I used the word sustainable. And that appeared later in the Friends of the Earth, Not Man Apart. From that time on, this was our central reason for being. We remained interested in solar and wind and insulation. We continued our classroom discussions on readings in the history of science, philosophy, various other subjects. But now we had a clear path for thinking and doing. Other major products ran alongside our signature work, now called Natural Systems Agriculture, a name, by the way, assigned us by scientists at Kansas State University. So one of the most notable engagements was in the small town of Matfield Green, partly inspired by Wendell Berry's The Unsettling of America. Now, I have to digress here for a moment, since the double meaning Wendell implied by the word unsettling has become increasingly apparent in our time. Rural America became unsettled first with the loss of population from farms and rural communities, as you were talking a while ago. But now we see a crumbling infrastructure, Main Street, business failures to be replaced by undocumented labor, illegal drugs. Our political ways now seem to have become unsettled. And because we failed to do what needed to be done to be corrective, we are now all worried about the very political process itself suffering from the unsettling of America. In Matfield Green, with Annenberg Foundation funding, and Don Worcester mentioned this yesterday, we made a significant stab at encouraging the young to learn about their places. Bev Worcester ran a program involving rural schools with an emphasis on validating a sense of place. Pasture weeds for the parents in the Flint Hills have now become prairie wildflowers for the kids. Students came to appreciate their places and their context partly because Terry Evans set up a photo lab in the school and gave each student a camera, a used one, which they used to take pictures of their places. English teachers in the county high school had their students write of their places. And many of the children began to see more of their homeland for the first time because they were looking through a lens. Terry had asked them to take pictures of things that mean something to you. Well, work continued in Salina on perennial polycultures, but we felt it necessary to add the Sunshine Farm project that was run by the late Marty Bender. It was a 10-year study. We wanted to know how much crop and livestock production could be exported from the farm gate if the entire energy costs were provided. I mentioned that yesterday. we had the biodiesel tractors, solar collectors for electricity, draft animals for traction, chickens, longhorn cattle, thinking longhorns would be the least fossil fuel dependent creatures. We had 2 5-year crop rotations, as I mentioned. Soybeans served as a representative of the biofuel for the tractor. And the Austin Family Foundation provided major funding for all 10 years of this project. And it turned into a huge accounting project in which Marty, with able assistance, attempted to keep track of all the material and energy costs, and as I mentioned yesterday, including the mining of the ore in the Minnesota Iron Range to build a tractor. And so, we out of that was a very important experience for us. We had wondered, would the draft animal-powered farm win over the tractor? And you could say, well, the tractor can be turned off, and you can't turn off a horse. It has to stand around and be a horse and use energy. But, of course, the horse is using renewable fuels. And also, you don't get up some morning and go out and find a little baby tractor. And so there are a lot of advantages. And, so we got some quite interesting data that I won't go into now. And it's not because it's bad news for the horse either. I don't mean that at all. But I only have a few minutes here. Well, from that era on, I've advocating the necessity of putting a cap on carbon at the mine, the wellhead, the port of entry, and our forests. Put a cap. And then let's see how good our technology can be. We're not going to efficiency our way out of our problems. We will have accomplished what will be a first for any species in our ecosphere: permanent rationing. See Stan Cox's book. It's in the bookstore. Any way you slice it, the past, present, and future of rationing. This is an in-depth treatment of the subject. He was. We were so pleased at how nice everybody was to us. And we had these wonderful dinners on these big lazy Susans where 20 different kinds of food would arrive, and there'd be about this much for our plates and our chopsticks. And I wanted to get out my knife and sharpen those chopsticks so I could stab that food. Anyway, so we would, Joan and I, and Eli was celebrating along with us all, Joan and me, about how wonderful these people are and how interesting this country is and so on. But here's one thing. The debate question this year has to do with trade between China and the United States. So, Eli's a debater, and Eli has been studying up on all the things that are wrong with China. And man, we had to hear that after we had had such a wonderful time. The North, all interested in perennial grains. You heard in the scientist section that Tim and Brandon Schultman, our newest legume geneticist and breeder, just returned from China, where they toured the same plots and paddies that Joan, Eli, and I saw 2 weeks before. Our colleague, Pingbi Hu, who directs the perennial rice effort there, showed us where thousands of acres of perennial paddy rice will be within a few years. Well, anyway, you've heard from the various postdocs, and you heard from Tiffany, who always gives me trouble like that. All right, so here they were, and they got, there was a reporter out there from the Sacramento Bee, and they wrote up the comments of some of the hard hats. and they were referred to as long-haired, weenie-arm flower punks. So I just put that right on the bulletin board in the main office there, and from then on, I referred to them as the weenie arms. I brought the weenie arm tag here, and we've had rhymes. Johnson grass, kick him in the other knee. Yeah. Well, enough of the digressions. Garrison Keillor says that the digressions are always the best. And so I'm only trying to be more like Garrison Keillor here. So, well, we're in lots of places now. Just mentioned our engagement in Africa. We're on all 5 continents. Places like Minnesota, Georgia, Texas, South Dakota, Australia, Uganda, Mali, Ethiopia, Sweden, Uruguay, and so forth. We're being recognized. The National Academy of Sciences, the Royal Society, perennial grains are being endorsed. And also the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. So, we're our folks are being paid attention to. We've had commercial first steps. The beer. I'm far more concerned that my mother, who's dead, may be watching than I am God. Especially as I think about the kegs of beer in California, Utah, and Colorado. Yeah. And then we have Ventura Spirits Company, Henry Tarmy, who's here today. Henry, where are you? I saw you back there. Oh, yeah, Henry, you should stand up and let everybody go buy your hooch. Yeah. Anyway, so there's now a fancy restaurant in San Francisco, and the owners are here somewhere. It's called the Perennial. And if you want to get a classy dinner, oh, that's where you go. And there's a nice mural on the wall, full length of Kernza. Yeah, so I'm waiting until maybe next door there will be a polyculture restaurant, and then we'll have full. General Mills is going to be purchasing seed. We don't know how much and when. But in my 78 paper, I said that this effort would take 50 to 100 years. Well, we're ahead of that estimate, and I expect that the next 40 years will be even more adventurous than the ones that we've just had. At least there won't be failed wind machines and newspaper houses and so on. Well, this research effort has led to major gifts, and here I have to draw attention to an office that is not often mentioned, and that is the Development Office. My wife, Joan, really brought shape to our development effort. And Jane, where's Jane? Where are you, Jane? Jane, where are you? There is Jane over there. Jane, now you stand up just to be sure everybody sees you, and that will become a target for sending money. And then my wife, Joan. Would you stand, please? Yeah. Things don't just happen. They don't just happen. It requires a concentrated effort to put together a kind of a coherent structure and a constant critique of what it is that we're doing. And as the consequence of that office and those two ladies, we have received some major funding. and you saw a source of at least half of that, near half of that last night, those of you that went and heard at the concert of Peter Buffett. So, but there's another gift that came right in ahead of those that I think helped make the major funding possible. And that was a gift of 265 acres, which includes a historic house, 1872, a barn, a granary, totally restored, and this from our friends, a gift worth $1.7 million, Jim and Cindy Haynes. And Jim and Cindy, and where are they? Okay. A little about that gift, not too much, but a little about that gift. Jim was chief counsel for a utility that was going to build the Wolf Creek power plant. And John Simpson and I were giving talks at a protest and marching and even in having a die-in at the bank in the town where it was to be built. We didn't want to engage in the die-in. We were willing to give a talk. But then we found ourselves in the march, and we end up on the bank, and the sirens sound, and there is, of course, mocking the future, there's been a release from the Wolf Creek power plant, and the cloud is headed this way. And everybody went down but John and me, and they popped up some little signs that were, actually, they were tombstones. And they all went down with these cardboard tombstones. And John looks at me, and I look at him, and he said, Wes, I don't think we have any choice but to die. And I had been thinking about the KU scientists that we have and how we could be cooperating. And Jim and Cindy sending $5,000 to add to my discretionary fund. And I stopped by to thank them. And then in the thanks, Jim said, you ever think about, maybe needing some land down this way and so on? I says, oh, yeah, well, sure we did. She says, well, Cindy and I are thinking maybe in 10 years we'll not be living here, and, maybe you could be using this land and so on. And so I got a hold of the Dean of Arts and Sciences. I got Don Worcester, and I got, some others, and maybe we were highly placed. And so there we are in the granary down there with Jim, and so I'm saying the right kind of thing. This is a wonderful opportunity. We can have some experience down here. KU is just 10 minutes away. And Jim said, Wes, Cindy and I have been thinking we've changed our minds. And I thought, oh boy, this is so like me. I get everybody lined up. We want to give it all now. That's the way it happens. Starting October 1, we'll have Laura, one of our technicians, will be setting up the lab there. There's some experiments underway, and we have a lot of colleagues at KU out of ecology, evolutionary biology, soils that are going to be a part of all of this engagement. They're able to offer things that we not ordinarily get out of the land-grant institutions, and it's just 10 minutes from campus. So this is the way I think you infiltrate, one of the ways, the main way, these institutions. And so with grad students, postdocs, and so on. So we've been fortunate in the nature of the gifts that have come. John Malone in Colorado had heard our argument about the need for long-term support. John and two of his co-workers had already visited and heard our scientists give a seminar, tour the research plots. We later approached John for a long-term funding, and his foundation has the intention to donate $1.5 million a year for 15 years. If we could match it. And I imagine this to be on a year-to-year basis. They saw that we had a constituency, and most of you are part of that. Now don't go away. Or they may too. But upon hearing the need for a match, our new board member, a person with a PhD in Russian history, looking at agrarians, that heard Don and me give a talk 20-some years ago at Michigan, University of Michigan. He and his wife, Jeannie Levy Church, pledged $3.75 million to be spread over the years. Now, Ken, where are you? Is Ken Levy? Come on in. And so that began to get some things rolling. And later, Peter and Jennifer Buffett, through their Novo Foundation, Joan and I had lunch with them, and the next day I was to give a talk, and Peter said, we want to match it all. So there is another 1.5 times 15 years. So now the Malone gift is kind of in a special category. I'll make it as short as possible. The story is that it is a coming together of it's what's called an operating foundation. They supplied the money and we tell how to spend it. But it's not coming through our books. But the Novo money, the rest of the money is. So I want to stress that as we've suggested to all the people, it's kind of a mantra around here when it comes to breeding. Continuity is more important than ingenuity. Don't say you don't have ingenuity, but the continuity of funding fits right in there as well. So, enough of that. And now I'm to Roman numeral 4. The next 40 years. We've had lots of disappointments. Joan and I went to Washington. We met with Congress people. We even paid a lobbyist who got us only marginal help. And, you grow up a little bit when you go to Washington. You go in to see a senator or a congressman, and you usually don't see the senator or the congressman, but you see the person that knows how to make you feel like maybe you have seen somebody. But it's a kind of a way of, and then you go out and you sit and you look over your schedule and where can we be next, and do we take, and we eventually put together a document. Well, and it called for a gradual increase in perennials on the landscape. And in fact, that painting over there is an illustration of that we showed at one of the earlier Prairie festivals. I count that as a work of art that will stay forever, like all works of art. So anyway, Wendell and Fred and I went to Washington, and by golly, we got great treatment. That is, we got marginalized. We did not get to see the secretary. The deputy was busy with Whole Foods people. And then we just got sent from one to the other. We actually had the best hearing out of Senator Harkin from Iowa. And yeah, we had we laid the roots out for him there and tried to transform all of society. And then we went to the White House. And we got a good tour of the White House. And we came, the highlight on that tour of the White House, though, for me, is you can go in, and there on the north side where the kitchen is, there is the black, and that's where the British burned the Capitol in the war, during the War of 1812. I was far more taken by that than about anything. And it was a nice garden. Michelle's garden's a nice garden. But that's what we were supposed to be there to praise. And so we did. Well, and so it went nowhere. But Wendell and I are not giving up. We're going to get on that again. Because I think that we're seeing the problems with soybeans and corn and ethanol. And we know that more and more people are concerned about the cattle and pig and chicken welfare program and so on. And people are getting more concerned about soil erosion. So there were disappointments, but they're sources of optimism. We're no longer regarded as a home to a small group of hippie scientists somewhere in the middle of Kansas. Establishment scientific organizations have accepted our validity. We've made progress on the breeding front to produce perennial grains, but it's perennial polyculture we want, not perennial monoculture. If we stop with perennial monoculture, we've missed half the point. Keep that in your mind. Don't ever let anybody allow it to be marginalized to something like some perennial monoculture. So under the direction of ecologist Tim Cruz, we will be increasing that part of the equation, and so a word about that now. I want to quote Tim. This is a bold initiative. I mean, this is one thing that gives me great optimism. A bold initiative. Tim, we will produce perennial intercrops involving legumes that are bred to sponsor the nitrogen requirements of high-yielding grains grown in polyculture. End quote. Next quote. Here's the question. They would be asking such fundamental questions. Is it possible to breed a legume that can contribute nitrogen to a polyculture and produce a significant seed yield? If so, that'll be big. Number two, to what extent can plant breeding improve the capacity for species to coexist or complement one another in production settings? 3, how important will crop diversity be compared with disease-resistant genes? How important will crop diversity alone versus disease-resistant genes? You see, those are important questions. To what extent can polyculture management practices such as fire or grazing be helpful in regulating pathogens? So these are, questions that agriculture's not been asking. So it's an ambitious project, but the team is optimistic. Get this. In the 5th year, they expect to assemble diverse crop ecosystems that are resistant to pest outbreaks. Now, that's doubly bold, without precedent, but there's more. All of this ecology work is going on while geneticists are sequencing the genomes of 3 perennial species, Leon Kernza, now, and because Shuin and Catherine are crossing wheat with Kernza and other species, the sequencing of Kernza will advance 2 programs, and our breeders are eyeing silpium, and of course a perennial legume is yet to be determined. So they're even talking about accelerating domestication, and I won't go into the details on that, but it's just fascinating that they're able to talk about based on what we now know about DNA and some work that's already gone on. Well, you're probably saying, sounds all fine and good, but what about flavor and nutrition? Well, I want you to know that we have friends in high places. They are at work in a sophisticated food lab at the University of Minnesota. Get this story. Stan and Fiona and Andy Patterson at the University of Georgia, with federal grants, have already developed and are genetically analyzing populations of Kansas and Georgia adapted sorghum families that vary greatly in perenniality, as well as grain size, color, quality, and composition. And they're going to be taking the best of the perennial families to several locations in sub-Saharan Africa to cross with local food sorghum varieties. They will evaluate grain flavor, baking, and nutrition quality, both from the U.S. and the U.S. times Africa populations. And they're going to look at both quality and nutrition data compared to genetic data already gathered. So we're on it. And so this will bring within reach the day when perenniality, productivity, high grain quality, and by that we mean color, taste, and baking quality, and superior nutritional value all in the same plant. That's big. And Lee and collaborators has begun to compare the nutritional flavor and bread-making quality of Kernza, and hybrids between wheat and perennial grasses will need more research. The point is, breeders will interact with the food scientists to improve these grains for human use. So we got it covered. So finally, for the largest tectonic shift of all, once results start coming in for a venture now in the first year, first, the backstory. Lee Hahn, David Van Tassel, and Stan Cox have published 2 papers in refereed journals. Now look, they're embarrassed or bashful or modest when I say what I'm about to say, but they have not been able to refute what I am about to say. We have always had this big question on our minds at the land. Why did our ancestors not develop perennial grains? Surely the question was asked thousands of times over the millennia. Why must we plow every year and be bothered by thistles and thorns and suffer from the sweat of our brow? And we can now answer that question. There are 4 steps. All right. You ever wonder why there's an incest taboo among humans? We're outcrossers. And when we fail at that, you get something like the pharaohs, or some of those problems that show up among the royalty in Europe. Partly because of our modern knowledge of genetics, and partly because of our modern computational power. And so David and Lee planning out thousands of plants, and they found this, that the plants that were the highest seed yielding were also the plants most vigorous overall. And that ran against the conventional thinking of the people talking about trade-off, because they said if your governor was there to give a lecture, and when I was telling we need a global inventory, well, the people at the garden went nuts. And they said, look, our computers are tied to all the major botanical gardens of the world, some 3,000 in all, and all the major herbaria of the world. And St. Louis University, the Botanical Garden, Land Institute are now sponsoring a 3-year inventory of all the wild, herbaceous, perennial, hard-seeded, perennial grasses, legumes, oilseed crops from the tropics to the temperate zones. How many will there be? We don't know. It's a $500,000 project, which is really not much money over a 3-year period to get started. And so what I imagine is that someday, I don't know how many, there will be lots of graduate students and postdocs from the tropics to the temperate zones that work to domesticate various wild perennial candidates. And the last time we had a new grain was maize or corn some 4,200 years ago. Rice and wheat go back 10,000 years or more. And here is my bet, every century, maybe several times per century, someone or several tried it with perennial grains and failed, and now we have good reason to know why. And that's why if we were at the eastern end of that Mediterranean and each one of us had tried it, we would have still failed. So, here's what makes our time unique. Because of our current knowledge of molecular genetics and because of this computational power, we can now begin to imagine the first steps toward what I think is the biblical fall, where nature has to be subdued or ignored if we're to eat. And that dualism that is established, wild, domestic, ecologists, back as long as we were paying him, he came back all for 7 years, 7 consecutive years, or maybe not consecutive, 7 years during the Fellows program. But Fred, 37 years old, and he's ready to rock and roll.
Sit down. So I would like everybody who was sitting in the bleachers in the rain yesterday to raise your hand. Let's give these people a hand for their fortitude. That was my moment here that I knew that I was really in the right place. That's fortitude. Was to talk to you about the future. So on the morning of May 13th, 1922, a line of automobiles arrived at the Millard G. and Sadie Lambert Farm north of Adrian, Illinois, carrying Professor W.F. Hanshin and 75 eager University of Illinois undergrads who were capping off a semester of studies in Farm Management 1 with a field and hours pass, 4 more farms pass, and in the same line of cars, there'd be a lot of Model Ts, there'd be Rios and things along that line. Got to the last stop of the day, the Dana and Laura Stevenson Farm west of Elveston, Illinois. I have a little bit of experience arriving at that stop, which is something I first did when I was about 4 days old. Both my great-grandfathers on the itinerary that day would have described their implementation of the McLean County system of swine sanitation. There's a parasite control management technique that's one of the first truly ecologically based farming practices that emerged from the scientific agriculture era. They would have talked about the Farm Financial Accounting Records Project that both farms had been part of for 10 years already in 1922. On the Stevenson farm in particular, my great-grandfather, Dana Stevenson, would have walked the students through his intricate system of crop sequences and of field borders designed to maximize field efficiency, to allow for long rotations. I think that's the term for it, at least, rotations, that include sod crops and thereby minimize soil erosion and maximize soil fertility sponsored within the system. They only had half an hour on the agenda to see this, if they stuck with the agenda, and so presumably the students relied less on walking the farm and more on the series of 10 meticulously hand-drafted farm maps, field maps that they were given in their packet that showed my great-grandparents' plan for gradually reorganizing and restoring their quarter section over a 10-year period. Now, the student packet had lists of questions that the students were to answer based on their inspection tour. They included, are the fields readily accessible? Does the organization of this farm layout require long lanes to reach the fields? What use is made of rough land? How many acres of permanent pasture will there be? Are minor rotations used for hogs? Does the proportion of crops grown ensure the maintenance of nitrogen? How much corn for feeding is purchased each year? Is the nitrogen thus brought onto the farm conserved for the soil? How does the proportion of various crops grown affect the distribution of horse labor? Is the farm suited to tractor operation? State reasons why or why not. Now, I'll pause, and if Ricardo Salvador is still manning the wall there, does that sound similar to any course that you may have taught before, Ricardo? Yeah, that's Sustainable Ag 509. I got an A- in that course. How do you get an A- in a travel course? I think there might have been one assignment, and I only half-handed it in. Might have been how it worked. So the close attention to field layouts and crop rotations, the careful integration of crop and livestock production, the accounting for nutrients, the general intentionality about soil stewardship, and the close budgeting of both human and horse labor were not something unique to my great-grandparents, but they were characteristic of the sort of the confluence of traditions of stewardship that dated back quite a long time and the emerging disciplines of scientific farming at the beginning of the century, agronomy, animal husbandry, farm management in particular. There was huge labor, intellectual and physical, that was expended in that era, late 19th, early 20th century, establishing a public agricultural research and extension capacity, most notably the land grant system, USDA. The fruit of those labors was expected to be an agriculture that was not only productive, that was not only efficient, but an agriculture that was permanent. Like majority of green manure crops, cover crops, to commercial fertilizers as a source of nitrogen, the need to carefully steward and manage the nutrient and carbon cycles among crop and livestock enterprises. And Hopkins even questions in this book, 1910, the fundamental wisdom of feeding grain crops to livestock when the same grain could feed so many more people if it were directly in people's diets. Hopkins and F.H. King, which is a name that more of you may know than Hopkins, were correspondents across state lines. And Hopkins most likely considered himself to be providing a message drawn from Midwestern U.S. agriculture, aimed in a more practitioner way at Midwest U.S. agriculture, comparable in philosophy, I think Hopkins thought, to what King was doing in Farmers of 40 Centuries. So, so Hopkins' permanent agriculture was a soil fertility scenario, but others around him were rounding the concept out. Dean Eugene Davenport, who was responsible for handling Hopkins, which took considerable effort, no doubt, in 1920 published an article that declared victory on permanent agriculture and looked ahead to some concepts that are yet even closer to the discourses that we have today around sustainable farming and food systems. He wrote, the idea of a permanent agriculture is definitely fixed in the minds of nearly all the progressive farmers of Illinois, whereby the fertility of the lands shall be maintained and not mined out as the generations pass. To that determination, we are now beginning to add the idea of a finished agriculture, by which is meant not necessarily intensive farming, but rather systems of farming which shall be more diversified than heretofore, and which shall recognize more completely the peculiar demands of the consuming public and the particular resources of the various localities. 1929, nationally, so eve of the Great Depression, not there yet, Rexford Tugwell, New Dealer, but then still Columbia University economics, wrote about, quote, moving toward the cereal reduction and grass increase stage of U.S. agriculture. First of all, Tugwell wrote, there would be less cultivation. Crops which called for excessive bearing of the soil would be greatly reduced. I'll budget myself one aside. Here we're allowed asides. Here he thought that the policy vehicle that was going to best accommodate these changes in a more ecological vein were the McNary-Haugen Acts, which were a series of agricultural reform bills in the 20s that we're moving through. And so this aside gives me an opportunity to quote my great-grandfather Lambert here, the July 26th number of the Hancock County Farm Bureau Bulletin. The seed of equality for agriculture has been thoroughly sown, and it is abundantly growing in these acts, which were not passed ultimately. So, not even 1930 here, and we've got everything figured out. Did you guys know that everything was figured out before 1930? So let's go back to May 1922, the dusty or muddy, whichever it was that day on the farm tour. The bulk of the fundamental principles we associate with sustainable agriculture were in place. Nutrient cycling, ecologically based pest management, diverse crop rotations that include short-lived perennial stands with annual crops. It was there. There was a national conversation about this, a policy conversation about bringing about a permanent agriculture. But instead of being permanent, in 1922, that essentially marked what we could call a point of peak farmer for the U.S. By 1930, the number of farms in the U.S. had already started to slump from a 1920 peak of nearly 6.5 million. Today, somewhere in the ballpark of 2.5 million is what I was obliged to write down. I mean, we know, that statistic is open to interpretation, exactly whether it's that or how much less. Average acreage per farm is more than tripled today relative to 1922. For example, my parents' farm is larger than both the Stevenson farm and the Lambert farms put together. That's in part because it includes the Stevenson and the Lambert farms put together. In 1922, returning to 1922, great-grandfather Stevenson's meticulous bar charts, again hand-drafted, plotting horse labor needs each month of the year, also part of the packet, and great-grandfather Lambert's big teams of draft horses that the state extension people would come out and write about were already under pressure by the movement to mechanization of farms. I had a chance to look at the paper ledger of the first John Deere dealership in Hancock County, Illinois, a few years ago, and on the same week in 1937, both Dana Stevenson and M.G. Lambert purchased John Deere Model A's in time for 1937 spring tillage season. And in the taken in trade column are draft horses and draft horse implements there. So fewer equine mouths to feed knocked years out of the carefully plotted 5-year crop rotations. The move to bigger implements steadily knocked field borders out of the Stevenson Farm's intricate crop map. And despite Cyril Hopkins' lectures about using legumes to get no-cost nitrogen out of the air, American farmers had doubled their 1920 commercial fertilizer use by 1950 and doubled it again by the mid-1960s. These increases in fertilizer application, combined with concentration of livestock production and the concentration of manure that resulted, as well as indiscriminate tile drainage management, introduced surface water quality as a problem to agriculture. So to turn to the big problems, we're still losing soil from agriculture. The good news is that the outrageously high soil loss levels that gave Wes his come-to-Jesus moment in 1977 with the GAO report have been dialed back to relatively close to the T value, the so-called tolerable level of soil loss. That's the good news. The bad news is that T values are close to meaningless. Rick Cruz from Iowa State put it recently, since T values do not represent soil renewal rates, and they don't even try how they're put together, using T as a soil management criterion is synonymous with a depletion schedule, a soil depletion schedule. In 2016, on flat black dirt in Iowa, it's a slower depletion schedule on flat black than it is on steep soil, but it's a depletion schedule. We're also on a depletion schedule for the ability of the atmosphere to support stable weather year to year, and agriculture is in the very sorry position of being a net contributor to that problem rather than the net solution that it ought to be. And then, last and not certainly least, the too often the products of our agriculture are going to enrich the already rich and neo-colonize the already colonized. So I've been asked over the last couple weeks several times already how my leadership will differ from that of the outgoing president. I understand that Wes has been referred to at times as Dr. Doom. I don't anticipate being referred to that way because the proper way to address me will be Mr. Doom. We are making a transition here. But so I will say, so there are things that have been achieved in agriculture over the last 30 or 50 or 100 years, of which we can be genuinely proud. No-till, reduced tillage systems, in their context, have reduced soil erosion substantially in cropping systems that in cases where under plow tillage there was not an appropriate rotation to cover the soil, cover and regenerate the soil. Relative to the worst days of the 50s and 60s, we've backed down on the toxicity of pesticide materials we've used. Many of the agricultural cooperatives that were founded at the opening of the 20th century continue to help independent farmers make their way in the marketplace. They simultaneously make things worse, but they do genuinely have a role in making things better. And I'll say in my previous work that I just left to come here, I've seen mainline ag co-ops on the principle of cooperation among cooperatives helping local food co-ops get started. It's a positive thing. So as the father of a daughter who you met the other day, I'm very pleased that we've made some progress, at least, on easing rigid gender roles in agriculture and in rural culture. A lot of work left on that, but we've made some progress. And I'll say that for all the pervasiveness of the industrial ag matrix that farming is embedded in, at least on the farms that remain, we do have a significant number of intact family and cultural lineages that are out there. I grew up on a farm of 1,000 acres, but at the same time I was taught constantly that I had the responsibility to know something about every one of those 1,000 acres. I didn't immediately learn what the term soil conservation was But I knew where my great-grandfather Stevenson's remaining soil conservation structures of 1920s and 30s vintage were on the farm. And from my father, who is probably the least angry man that I have ever known in my life, I was taught to feel angry when I see unchecked soil erosion. So I think that we can give ourselves permission, and many of you have these stories, we can give ourselves permission to feel proud of the things that we've done right. But the point here is that the Land Institute has never argued that agriculture is incapable of doing anything right whatsoever. Rather, the Land Institute's argument is based on the idea that conventional agriculture and most of the alternatives proposed to it to date don't provide a surface of the soil and let it burn up there, or you mix it into the soil and you let it burn up there. You create an optimal environment for an annual crop to flourish in, and you create an optimum environment for an annual weed to flourish in. You create a detailed crop production budget only to find that almost everything on it represents an expenditure of time and treasure on fighting the ecosystem processes that are already at work in the field. You raise record-breaking yields, but you still see rural communities slipping away. What we argue at the Land Institute is not that there are no successes whatsoever in conventional agriculture. We argue that there is life for us beyond whack-a-mole. It's time to stop fighting ecosystem processes and instead start learning from ecosystems and mimicking the processes in them. So that's my introduction here, and to tackle my assignment here, Psalm 90, verse 17, establish the work of our hands. 14,600 days ago, give or take a few, I suppose, Wes Jackson planted a seed here on this property. That seed germinated into an organism in the plant kingdom that struggled and ultimately thrived through the tough establishment phase that it's tough to be a seedling in, and put deep roots into the ground. The organism that's proved winter hardy, this is a crucial point, and able to regenerate itself year after year without the need for constant tillage and reseeding. An organism with enough phenotypic plasticity to respond to its environment, but to still retain its original genotype. An organism that is of the seed and that is the seed, but that is now known for its plantness rather than its seedness. For now the earth yields crops by itself, first the blade, then the head, and then the full grain in the head. So I would say that Wes has been one hell of a farmer here on this place in growing this organization. Yeah. I don't know if he's cowering in the corner, but there he is. Establish the work of our hands. The Land Institute has never been stronger, and the natural systems agriculture vision, the perennial polyculture vision, has never been in sharper focus. Yesterday, you heard from the research team in a time slot that it's not accidental is the longest time slot on the schedule. You heard Wes give the vision forward for the research team. We've heard progress on the C3 grass in the mixture, both of them. Kernza responding strongly to selection, undergoing genome sequencing, and that's hinting at the future of this perennial grain system in its presence in fields and ovens and in stills, in small amounts yet, but amounts that hint of the future here. The perennial wheat that's bringing in a level of yield that's more like a crop than like a wild species, which is a good thing in one of these efforts, and is showing promise in several different breeding approaches to bring the perennial character into it. The C4 grass component, perennial sorghum, there's real traction with the wide hybridization that Stan is doing, and Fiona, to get perennialism into that crop. Selection is underway on 3 different continents for perennial sorghum right now. The composite crop here, Silphium, is showing ever-increasing promise as a perennial oilseed component, adapted both to regions with dependable rainfall. You can be the judge of whether that describes your own region or not, or to the more drought-prone parts of the world. And collaborations are underway in South America and elsewhere to move Silphium forward. And we're very excited. I'm excited partially because he's already hired, and I didn't have to mess with it. They reeled in a really good guy to be the legume breeder right off the bat. Here has been hired to choose one or more candidate species for the legume component of the polyculture here, and we're getting Brandon underway on that at the same time that, as Wes described, that this really unprecedented global inventory to cast an even wider net for species to domesticate and or perennialize is underway with the good folks in St. Louis and under funding from Malone. And so last but certainly not least, the integrating principle here overall, the wild and crazy breeding on the agroecology front here, the science is being laid down here that, among other things, is going to enable understanding of the soil microbiome that's going to allow these systems to sponsor their own soil fertility and to sponsor their own resistance to pests and diseases. It's underway not only here in-house, but it's underway at KU, again under the Malone funding. So 16 years ago, several hours into my first visit to the Land Institute, Wes asked me what burning questions that I had so far been too polite to ask. And so I responded with, where are the perennial grain crops? And he sort of hemmed and hawed and got to very good reasons about where in the process it was. But I can say today the answer is a little bit different. It's been through Wes's vision and determination before 16 years ago, 16 years hence as well. It's through the really exceptional team of scientists that's gelled and stuck here. It's through the operations staff that enable the scientists to work. It's through a steady-minded board. It's through a community of supporters that you yourselves are representing. I would say that question has been very crisply answered now that a sort of a snotty-nosed undergrad came up with 16 years ago. The perennial grain crops are on the horizon. We've got a long road still to drive. We can see them on the horizon in 2016. So tremendous research momentum and a bold vision. That there's been a lot of momentum and vision casting that's happened over the last 100 years. And so I'm a little nervous by the fact that there's been a lot of vision casting over the last 100 years. Some of the failures in this past vision casting are easier to analyze than others of them. Cyril Hopkins and his permanent agriculture vision, so impressive and ahead of its time in some respects, had a narrow scientific underpinning. As it was summarized again by poor Dean Davenport, and this is, you'll recognize Dean speak here. The basis of the Illinois system of permanent agriculture is the addition to the land of somewhat larger amounts of fertility than are removed by cropping and by natural causes, and the recognition of the economic necessity of employing for this purpose the cheapest available materials, attention being confined for the most part to the limiting element in the particular soil in question. So, I mean, there's a fundamental soil science discovery, that I'm slightly mocking there, in an unfair way. Plants need plant essential elements to grow, and we need to be on top of that fact. We're fortunate that the soil scientists of that era discovered that. That's a necessary discovery for what we're doing, but of course now we know it's not a sufficient discovery, that there's a ledger book of nutrients in the soil to withdraw and deposit from. So even though there was a lot more waiting to be discovered, the university scientists of the time had found a killer app, and so they pressed forward with it. That was the system of permanent agriculture in Illinois, was getting on top of the ledger book in the soil. So among other things, I'll say I hope this speaks to you a little bit about why the Land Institute research culture is to think things through and let research results get to full fruition before we start releasing things to everyone who's begging for things to be released to. Another reason for the impermanence of permanent agriculture was a failure to consider context. Hopkins, again, was strident about cropping systems sponsoring their own nitrogen fertility through the intensive use of legume crops as grain manures and for meticulous accounting for livestock manure nutrients. But the only reason that he managed to articulate for this is that commercial fertilizer was expensive. Hopkins' main farmer-oriented publication was called The Farm That Won't Wear Out, published in 1913, which also happens to be the same year that the first pilot commercial-scale production runs of Haber-Bosch ammonia took place in Germany. Commercial fertilizer was sort of, to understate it, was not destined to stay expensive. So I hope this speaks to you about why we're prone to talk here about not only the agronomic characteristics of the crops that we're working on, but the economic embeddedness that they'll have under various scenarios. So finally, in 1919, Cyril Hopkins was returning to the U.S. From a long study trip on the degraded soils of Greece when, as he was eulogized in the journal Science, he was struck down at the zenith of his powers, as they said. But the results of his trip were still compiled from notes published in 1922, How Greece Can Produce More Food, very subtle title. Hopkins writes in a section titled, God's Commandment Disobeyed. He writes, the greatest agricultural problem of Greece is to enrich the soil. This is a duty which has long been neglected and even against the commandment of God. For in the first chapter of the Holy Scriptures we read, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. The first part of this commandment has been obeyed, for the people have multiplied. But the second part has been disobeyed, for they have taken from the soil and have not replenished it. Instead of subduing the earth and having dominion over it and making it produce larger crops, the people of Greece have abandoned vast areas of land once cultivated. End quote. So after wearing a soil down to a nubbin after centuries of intensive farming, the diagnosis was insufficient domination of the earth. So I hope that this speaks to you about, I've really got nothing on that one, so I'm going to move on. So I don't go through this to torment the ghosts of soil scientists past here, but to suggest that researching new agricultural techniques, bringing them into use, has always been a fraught process, and one that society has had a mixed track record on, to sort of state it mildly. What we need to do is to reduce the frequency of dumb mistakes in an era where dumb mistakes are increasingly likely to be fatal. We need to cultivate a greater aptitude in future scientists, future farmers, and in all the rest of us for situating that which we have contrived, including more or less every aspect of what we label our agriculture and our economy, into the context of that which is real, which is the ecosphere that we're an integral part of. So that brings me to the other project we've discussed here at this Prairie Festival, the work that Wes and Bill and Aubrey and many others here are embarking on in the Ecospheric Studies Initiative. It's noteworthy that the great success of the flagship research program in perennial polyculture development that's going on here grew out of, as you've just heard, something that was founded as an educational institution. So it's interesting to see where this chapter goes. The process organizational theorist, Robert Chia, did you know there were process organizational theorists? There's process, a lot of things, writes that each organizational outcome always already incorporates the weight of its genealogical past, which in turn creates potentialities for the future. The past is immanent in the present. This objectivity of the past in the subjective present means that contemporary fact is always loaded with possibilities and can be continually enriched with newer and novel understandings and application. He then quotes Alfred North Whitehead directly, who wrote simply, it's the only simple Whitehead quote I've ever seen, "The future is there in the present. The past is here in the present, and the future is there in the present." So we can see now compounding effects of the various chapters that have gone on at the Land Institute. So, Psalm 90, verse 17, I'll give you the unabridged verse this time. "Let the beauty of the Lord our God be upon us, and establish the work of our hands." I happen to fall into the demographic of liberal Christianity, and so most weeks the main place I get my exercise is by squirming uncomfortably when God language comes up. So I think, though, that I'm going to let myself off the hook on this here, because the truth that we need here today in Psalm 90 is not a transcendent truth. The truth that we need here is an immanent truth. It's an indwelling truth, indwelling within us and in everything around us. And so the critical wording here is not the Lord our God. The critical wording is beauty. Over 40 years here, over 100 years, over 10,000 years, we've seen the folly of working without a big idea. But we've also seen, what we have also seen are the pitfalls of trusting our big human ideas too much. So we're embarked on work here that we hope and that we expect will give us crops that make our agroecosystems more whole. They'll give us the ecological groundedness to make our minds more whole. And through all of you, our supporters and our allies, many other initiatives that'll make our society more whole. But beyond what our big brains expect right now in this moment, we know that ultimately our North Star here and your North Star must be beauty and symmetry that we find in the ecosphere. So there's been, so today certainly is not about me. We know that for sure. Today is about Wes, but it's partially about Wes. What today really is about the Land Institute. Today is graduation day for the Land Institute. What started as the vision of one man moving out on the land has grown into a movement that's sitting right here. Some of it's moved to the door, but they're with us. It started as a movement. What started as a seed has grown into a plant. And what started with recognition of our radical disconnectedness has grown into a sense of deep and abiding ecological interconnectedness. So we've got work to do here. Let beauty be upon us and establish the work of our hands. Thank you very much.
That concludes the Prairie Festival for this year. I just want to thank you all for coming and helping us celebrate next year, the Prairie Festival, the last weekend in September. That's September 22 through 24th. Please come back.